get this going. Have a little technical difficulty trying to get this to go to YouTube here. Let me see if I can get this to go. Hey, there we go. We're working on YouTube. All right, there we go. I was having a little trouble getting started. Seems like it's working now. There we go. Always trying to next level my stuff over here. Now today we're going to play some Satisfactory. Actually, right now, while I was starting up here, I had gotten everything working. Popping into Throne and Liberty for a moment, but we're going to be playing some Satisfactory today. Today is Tuesday, right? Let me know in the chat, everybody. Confirm that it is Tuesday, because again, all the days run together because I work every single day. So sometimes I don't know what day it is. That happens, but I believe it is Tuesday. I could be right. And so what I'm doing real quick here is before we get into some Satisfactory, I'm just kind of running around doing my daily stuff in Throne and Liberty here. Just doing like, dissolving 3 things and all of that kind of stuff. We've been playing a lot of Throne and Liberty. Been having a good time in the game with my team. Man, we made a lot of progress this week as well. Got a whole bunch of stuff done. Played a bunch with the team yesterday as well. Got a whole bunch of stuff done there. Let me. I'm talking to my team real quick. There we go. All right, just popped on for a second to say hello. Oh, I said quit before I donated to the guild. Now I have to load all the way back up again. I was trying to get out as fast as I could, and I got out a little too fast. Now I got to let it load back up again. All right, guys, that game takes forever to load, too. I don't know what it is about that game. But today what we're going to do is we're going to do some Satisfactory. We're going to run in on the server, see how the server is doing. Of course, hosted by the mighty G Portal. I appreciate them showing some love here, being my official server host. They are the best, everybody, and I suggest you go check them out. Do yourself a favor, everybody. Give yourself the power of time right there and save yourself 10% off by following that link over there. Get yourself a G Portal server. They are amazing. I wore this shirt. Actually, I'm the only one who has one of these shirts, everybody. I had it custom made. That's how much I like them, everybody. I went and got my own custom made shirt just because they are awesome. And totally worth it. All right, I forgot to donate to the guild. I was trying to rush. But again, we're going to be working on our extraction. We're going to be working on extraction part 2, where we go in and we, of course, set up different nodes that are really a factory in and out of itself. And then we're going to set up a delivery system, which delivers all that stuff in there as well. Oh, man, I forgot to do my Animote, too. Hold on. Let's see if I donate like right now, then in 10 hours, I can donate 10 more, everybody. That's why I try to get all that stuff done. One of the great things about this game, Throne Liberty, is you can pop in, do a bunch of stuff, and then pop back out again. And you don't have to sit and play it all day, every day, because you can queue things up that are running. Like my Animote, they're going to go out and get me a bunch of loot, bring it back over the next 8 hours, and I don't actually need to be in game, which is pretty awesome, because I'm exiting out right now. There we go. There we go. All right, all that stuff is now running. I've got all my dailies on cooldown, so when they reset at 4 a.m., I can go back and do it all over again and queue all that stuff up. A lot of times I'll just do that, pop in for a moment and get it going. And there was a Tico Talks, which I did watch. He's laying the hammer down on all the cheaters. That's our problem with cheaters, everybody. I think cheating is basically admitting that you're too weak to play it normally. You lack the skill to play it normally. I don't understand the mentality of cheaters, everybody. I've made that mistake. I know what it was. I didn't know cheating was bad. I was just a kid. I went in and I downloaded, it's the only time I ever did that. I downloaded the Axis Game Cheater via AOL in the 80s, everybody. I downloaded this program and it let me play this game. It was a single player game anyway. It's a Rescue Raiders. It was on the Apple II way long ago. And so I downloaded it, and then I said, okay, I'll give myself unlimited health and invulnerability. And I was playing the game, and I realized after a while that there was no challenge to the game, and I had robbed myself of one of my favorite games because now I no longer wanted to play it because there was no challenge. And I learned my lesson very early, everybody, and I suggest you learn your lesson as well. The point of playing a game is the challenge of the game itself. That's the most important part. So don't rob yourself of that awesome moment where you overcome that challenge and just basically be awesome. There we go. Now we're in Satisfactory here. We're going to go ahead and get onto the server here. Now, again, I do have the Tycoon Mega Server. It has been running for 3,487 hours consistently, everybody. Got to give love to G-Portal, man. Rock solid. Been running, no issues. Let's hope that continues. You never know with the internet, everybody. It could be pretty crazy as well. Now, I also did watch the Bethesda thing earlier today. I was in the chat there and chatting them up, and I saw Wes was in there, who's the voice of Oblivion and a whole bunch of other games that Bethesda done. Amazing, amazing voice actor in there as well. Now, I'm about to blow your mind, everybody. You ready? I have never played Oblivion. Not once. I know, you think, Kismet, you're like the Bethesda dude. You play all the Bethesda games. This is true. But that is the one game I was not playing. You know what I was playing instead? I bet you could guess. I bet you could guess. Go ahead and try to guess. What game was I playing instead of Oblivion? Guess it here, everybody. Let's see. I was actually playing multiple games at that time, but guess what game I was playing? Come on. You can just say the franchise. It's okay. What do you think I was playing instead of Oblivion, everybody? Let's see. Let's see if anybody can guess. It's not hard. I'm in the office of the franchise of the game that I was playing at the time. Yes. Nobody can guess? There you go. Alpha's got it. Yes, it is Fallout, everybody. I was busy playing Fallout instead of Oblivion. I hear it is awesome, and it's been on one of my get-to lists for a very long time. And now I have an excuse to go back and check it out. It is, of course, one of the big franchises that really set off the momentum of Bethesda, of Oblivion, and then, of course, their masterpiece, Skyrim, which is an incredibly fantastic game as well, which I have played, that one. I played all their other ones, but that one I just happened to not get around to. You know how it is, everybody. I mean, you have a giant list of games. Look, we played all of these games on stream, the ones that are going by, and a whole lot more. But again, you only have so much time in the day, at least I do, and I try to do a lot of other things than just game. I know it's crazy. I do game a lot, though, here on the stream at least. I actually don't game all that much off stream anymore because, hey, I can get to do the fun thing I like to do here on stream. But I actually don't game all that much off stream because I think, well, if I'm going to do it, I might as well just get on stream and then we can, talk about it and have some fun together whenever I am doing gaming. So pretty fun. I'm going to go ahead and jump on the server here and get it going. Now, again, this is a solo server that I am on. So it's not open to everybody. I'm just letting it run using the power of time. So if I have the power of time where I can set it up and set it and forget it and just let it rock and roll, that's what I would rather do. Also, I saw that Paul was in the chat there. I saw he was the first person I see in the chat early, about 9:30, when I was getting everything started up. Appreciate you, Paul. There's Dragon Wolf. Hey, Kismet, will you play Oblivion? I am very tempted to play it. I did see that it did come out, and they did the right thing, everybody. I was watching that thing, and they finally did it right, where they said, hey, we got a remaster for Oblivion, and it's available now. Right this second. And I was like, oh, way to go. Bethesda finally with a win. They've been taking lots of hits, everybody. Though Indiana Jones is really, really good. That's a really great game. I highly recommend that one as well. But they've been taking lots of hits on a lot of different games that came out and didn't get great reception. They were doing a lot of L's on certain things. And just their updates and things like that were kind of subpar for Starfield. They didn't listen to feedback. They didn't fix the whole systems that allows you to do bases and things like that, because that's what I want to do. I want to do the bases and whatnot. And that whole system works super funky. I gave them a lot of feedback on it. They made 0 changes to it, at least to the level of which make me want to play it again. The best thing in Starfield was the shipbuilding. The shipbuilding was awesome. The NPCs were awkward. Their facial expressions, the lady that come up, I was like, what the heck, bro? Did you not actually play the game? Do you not see how awkward that is for the player? And the storyline was okay. It's no Fallout New Vegas, you know what I mean? The storyline was okay. And then mine got bugged where I couldn't do a lot of the storyline. And so when I got to the end, I was kind of disappointed because I missed out on all these other storylines that I could do because it was all bugged out. And then I didn't bother to do the DLC. I was like, no. I can play other games like Satisfactory that are truly excellent games. And I could go play Fallout 4, which is an incredibly fantastic game, or New Vegas, or none of those games, or play a new game that I haven't played that I have on my list. That's not necessarily a new game. It's an older game, but I just haven't got around to it yet, like Oblivion. Oblivion would be a great one, I think, to try out. So absolutely. I do have it on my list to see if I can work it in my schedule at some point. No announcement yet, but the second I know, I'll let you all know as well. Looks really fun, though. I really like what they've done with the upgrade of the graphics. It's cool that they brought Wes on so you can... basically get the voice of all of that, the guy behind the magic as well. So I don't really know the meme of the guy following you around. I'd push that guy off a cliff. It's a little too much attention, everybody. Some people have egos where they need attention and be told how awesome they are all the time. And then some people, that is incredibly annoying. It is awkward to have someone going, oh, you're the basic, you're okay, relax, bro. Might want to work on yourself and be awesome. That's what I try to say. I try to facilitate other people's greatness. I don't have an ego where people have to tell me how awesome I am all the time, everybody. There's a point in your life where you'll get past that, hopefully, where you can just be you without having to be told. You can be the king without you have to tell everybody you're the king, basically. If you need to tell other people that you're the king, you're not the king. You just be the king, everybody. Just be who you are and not have to have any external stuff that tells you that you're awesome. Just be awesome. That's what I suggest anyway. But hey, it's your life. They're your life, your decisions, as I say quite often. You go be you. Paul with the ones, TF with the ones as well, and Dragon Wolf, thank you for letting me know everything's working. I'm going to give you some more kiss caps for letting me know all that's going. Hired Wes for his last movie. You did. That dude's been run through the ringer. So glad he's doing well. Yes, I'm glad he's doing well as well. He's basically the Bethesda main voiceover guy. He's done a lot of different voices, which is awesome. And yes, Alpha, it was totally Fallout. I was busy playing Fallout probably for the umpteenth millionth time. Especially Fallout 1. I played that one easy 10. 10 is like lowballing it. 10,000 hours. That's lowballing Fallout 1. And the funny thing is, it's been so long now that it's fading from my memory, which is wild because I could then go play it like I was playing it for the first time again. But I'm sure some of it would come back to me as I was playing it. For sure, for sure. All right, now let's get into some Satisfactory. Finally, we got some time to get it going on. I say we do it. Let's go. Let's get some hydration going. All right, let's do it. Now, one of the things we've been working on here in the Mega Factory. Let's get up here, up and away. I love the little hover pack. It's awesome. Look at this, everybody. We are way up here. Now, why do I build up so high? The reason why is, one, it gives me lots of room underneath to run all my lines. But also, the reason why I build up so high is there's no obstruction. So as you can see, my trains never have to go up or down or anything like that. Unless I want to do it like that. Unless I want to have some fun. Like my perfect spiral. Not just the spiral, everybody. The perfect spiral right here. And of course, all my patrons get that plan on how to build the perfect spiral. Congrats on all of that, everybody. I do put all my blueprints up there for my patrons to enjoy. Check it out at patreon.com/Kismet if you want to check it out. And you can go ahead and build it so it goes maximum speed down and maximum speed up, which is awesome. So we built it just for fun and tried to improve upon previous design, and that is the minimum width, and then also is the perfect height in the distances, so that again you don't have a slowdown on the way up, which is what happens quite often if you don't do your spirals in a perfect way. So you can see those are my water trains, and those are bringing up water here for our nuclear power. Now we are at the point where we are toward the end of the game. As you can see up there, we only have the 3 things left to put in there, but we have kind of stopped our overall progression on purpose to go ahead and do some mega building. Now this is what I've been waiting for in the game. I've been waiting for it to go release, and then we can go in and we can do some updates. Now we've been going in down here, as you can see, very cool. Down here we've been going in and we've been building some stuff right over here. Now we've been building some more elaborate things than we normally would. Now over here you can see I've just built a simple little box that I can attach to it with a blueprint and just attach to that node and have it aligned to the node and distract that node. Oh, get out of there. I'm a little close to my radiation. My little radiation area there. Get down here. There we go. And you can see I just basically attached it to it, and so it has built-in storage. It also has the ability to run it around and run it the opposite direction. As you can see right here, extracting some deuterium and then of course running it back to the base. So what I thought I'd do is now in the next stage is to mega build. And that mega building to me is when you've earned it, right? When you've gone through and you didn't go creative mode, you didn't do all of that, you've earned the right to go in and build something super cool, right? Not just something that's, you know, square and ready to rock and roll, which is very efficient, by the way, which is your mandate from Fixit corporate headquarters. And of course, I'm your official Fixit corporate trainer. And I'm going to teach you how to build cool stuff like this. So now you can see that my storages are not little square boxes anymore. They are incredibly effective. And they're very spacious. As you can see, I've left a little bit of room there. I'm going to jam it all together. And I have angled entry doors, which is a fun thing to figure out over time. And then, of course, getting all the rest of it to work together. And if you missed that, everybody, I do have episode 1 of the Mega series up on YouTube that you can check out. Now, that's the blueprint for it there. And I accidentally replaced my blueprint last time. That was a little D moment. But that's okay. We went back and we fixed it. So it's working. Now, here is the actual working functional thing here. Where we are extracting 300 out of here. But what are we extracting out of here? That's a good question. If we wanted to find out, we can just look here on the belt. Now, this belt's going to tell us 2 things. One, it's going to tell us what it is that it's extracting, in this case, limestone. And then also it's going to tell us if it filled up all of the boxes. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you know it filled up the boxes? Because this side does not show up only if it's in overflow. So if it's in overflow, it will then fill up this other side, telling me it's in overflow, right? So visually, I made myself a visual indicator that lets me know that that's working. Also, I made it a little bit fancy. I put it in a glass box with some kind of beehive stuff there. But if I do want to go in there, I can just go straight in here, check it out. And of course, I have it overclocked to its maximum output. All the nodes are going to be overclocked to its maximum output. And then what we've done is we've done certain types of storages. So here in the beginning, we have, of course, our limestone storage. And that limestone storage is storing all of it in all of these boxes. And you can see that we have a fairly good amount of boxes, row after row of boxes. I forget how many are there. I guess we could count them. 1, 2, 3 times 2, 3, 4, 5. So around 15. Around 15 there, probably 14 because there was one of them where I'm transferring between one and the other. So about 14 storage. So up here we have a second storage also for limestone. So that's 30 storage roughly. And then that 30 storage then goes into the production. Now the production is a different blueprint, as you can see. And it's taking limestone and turning it into concrete. And then, of course, we have the concrete storage. In fact, we have multiple concrete storages, and we can keep adding more and more concrete storage as we want. And then since we're on the server, we can set it and forget it. Now, also, I've set this up, by the way, where you don't have to go inside. You can actually go up on top and check the overall storages and see how those storages are doing. And you can see that we've backlogged 15 or 14 boxes full of stuff there, and then another one here. So let's just call that 30 boxes of concrete sitting right here, ready to go up to our trains, and then, of course, be transported back to our main central storage, where we'll have all of this end up eventually. Now, of course, we have multiple nodes that we're going to be doing this with. So basically, this is producing my concrete. And how much is it producing? Well, it's producing the maximum amount, which in this case is 300, and then converted into 45 is the input. And then that 45 has a certain output that we can figure out pretty easily. So you say, you know, you've got 45 in, you take 300 right here, and you divide it by 45, and that gives you 6.666, of course, is how many of the extractors that we need. And of course, we have just about the right amount, right? We have, I believe, 8, right, or 7. We have 4, 5, 6, 7. We have exactly the right amount. That's right. We have 7, which equals how many we need because it's 6.6. So it really needs that extra one if it has excess. And now that we've backlogged it, if I actually need more concrete, it will then do that excess as well. So we need to basically backlog all the parts of the process. And so at any point, if it stops, it then backlogs, so then we can start the process should we need more. So it always keeps a backlog of what we're doing. And so at any time it's started up, it's going to run full production and produce basically 15 times how many ever concrete converters or production I want to do. So if I want to go in and put in some more of our constructors, I could just go ahead and take my blueprint and add it. And again, it has its own unique styling. See, it looks pretty awesome, I think. What do you think, chat? Didn't it turn out awesome? Much better than simple boxes as well. Now, we can test and see if this is working down here simply by going in and grabbing some of this out of here. And what that's going to do is start this back up again, and then I can see now that it's no longer in overflow, because this side, you can see, is no longer, even though it's coming out of it here, and it's extracting more, this on the left side is not full, and will only fill if it's in overflow. So very easy for me to just basically look at it, see what the item is, see if it's in overflow, and then also know what the output of that particular thing is. Now, another thing that we need to do is we need to go in and manage the overall function of all of this. So this right here is our priority switch. And this is going to be actually now our 0, 1, because we're going to rename all of our inputs and outputs. So this is going to be 0, 1, and this is limestone. Concrete is, and this is for concrete production. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Now, this is actually tied to the entire factory, the entire thing up here, right? So if I do want to basically, and then basically the power runs under, it runs up to here. It's actually connected on the roof there, and then the roof then runs it up. You can't see it. It's hidden in there. And then it will run it up into this level, through this level, into the next level, up here to where the production is. On the top part, you can see it trying to connect. There we go. And you can see it runs up, connects to this, and this is really all I need to run power to. I don't need to run power to the storage. The storage works just fine. And then, of course, it then runs that from level to level to level. And, of course, we have outputs in the back here should I want to add more stuff to it. But really, it runs through the middle of it here where you can barely see it, kind of hidden underneath there. And I left these gaps to give it its own style, and then, of course, also the functionality of me being able to go in and check it without having to go actually inside as well. And, of course, I can also just look and see how all of my things are doing just by looking at the lights. I can see they're all yellow right now, which means that they're waiting for more space so that it can produce more concrete. Right? And the great thing is when that stops, everybody, it actually stops your overall power usage. That means that takes no more power. Your power will drop down until such a time in which it needs to make more, and then boom, it will then bring that power back up again. And so this is what we're going to be working on. Now on this particular one here, we do want to add a bit of an ability to put this into the dimensional depot, because this purpose is really to run it in the dimensional depot for me. And so I'm trying to change my mentality of hey, I need to take all the resources and run it to a central base, or build it at the central base and then run it to a central area. The dimensional depot changes that mentality in the fact that you can just run it into the dimensional depot, and if you run it in there fast enough, you would never have to run and get it anymore. You don't have to run and get it out of the storage manually. So you could actually eliminate your storage for your building. Not necessarily for if you want to use it in the next start of the process, though you could just manually take it out and put it in there. There's nothing that takes it from the dimensional depot and pulls it back out again. You're the one who pulls it back out again. But if I need it for anything, I could actually take it and use it here. So this is actually node number 1. And this is probably the thing that I use the most, which is concrete. Because concrete is how you make all your foundations and all this stuff up here. It's basically the number 1 ingredient in just about everything. So that's the best place to start, I think. And again, in the game, they'll teach you iron and copper and then concrete. But I always feel concrete is your number 1 thing that you should be working on every single time. So again, I could add more storage. I could do that so that I could produce more. I'm a little tempted to just stack it all the way to the top, because that would be amazing, and just stack it with storage so it could backlog an infinite amount. But I think, 30 storages is more than enough, everybody, because again, it could always make more as you use it up along the way. I think 30 raw storage and 30 output storage, which is balanced, is more than enough. Again, it would have more than enough to just start up, run about 15 times 7, which we can find out right here. 15 times 7 it's going to make 105 per minute, which is a lot, everybody. 105 per minute is a lot of concrete that it's going to be cranking out, and it will have no wait time. Meaning that there'll be no time I have to wait for the concrete to spin up of the extractor and then extract it and then put it in there, because it's already backlogged. And that's why I create a backlog. That's going to run out of there at the maximum belt speed, which is 1200, right? So it only needs to come in at 45, but it's going to run out of there at 1200. That's a lot, everybody. That's a lot. Now, there are some more things that we need to do, and I have it over here on my to-do list. I forgot to add my other thing I wanted to do here. Let's actually do this, and we want to collect more Mercers. There's only a limited amount. It's around 200 Mercers. And actually, we could do this one while we're doing this. I love a good to-do list, everybody. Keeps you focused on what you need to do. And again, you can make your own little to-do list over there. And then I suggest, once you do to-do list, to put a return in there so that it recognizes that return. Also, I notice I have a lot of returns in there. Hold on, let's get one in there. There we go. And then I can get out of there, and you can see it just stays over there on the side, and I now know what my to-do list and whatnot we're going to be doing today. I always try to pre-think it out. Now, I do have another concrete node over here, which you can see is extracting at 600. I know, double the amount. And of course, that tells you that this is a coarse node and that this is a normal node. Now, a pure node is going to max out at 1200. Overclocking your nodes, I feel, is always the best option, everybody. It is the most bang for your buck, where you're going to be able to extract as much as you possibly can and then utilize that extraction as well. I don't need to keep that because I've got a lot of that going on. And I made a little separate box here, which I'll probably eliminate all of that. And, of course, put the same kind of thing I did over here and put a lot of storage there, concrete conversion, and then the output. And we'll build that later on. But what we want to do with this one, again, is have a dedicated one, which is for the dimensional depot. And we'll just say limestone DimD. Let's say something like that. Now, the smart thing to do is to take the thing that you need the most, which is concrete, and then have more than just one dimensional depot that runs that concrete in. Now, I do have another way of doing this. I can go up here and take the ones that I'm no longer using and basically use it down there instead of running around and finding it. So I'll show you a bit of recycling, and then I'll also show you how to run around and find those Mercer spheres. And we have a plenty more left on the map. You can see if we go in, and the reason why we can see all the nodes, by the way, everybody, is because we have our radar towers. And we can see in this circle right here, in this circle off to the side here, there is still 22 more in that particular area because I'm clicking on the radar and it says it right down here that there's 22 more Mercer spheres. Now, I highly recommend when you get to the stage of the towers, I rarely ever use these towers, everybody, and I have discovered that they are a wonderful thing because you can basically know where all the nodes are. Now, it has been one of my goals to tap every single node in the game, though there is a build limit in the game. The maximum amount of things that I can build. So we're going to try to tap as many as we can. And of course, we're going to work our way from our central base and work our way outwards. We're going to build a whole bunch of train systems that bring as much of all of this. And of course, we'll build factories at the node. I'm a big fan of modular factories and factories at the node. So you can basically set it and forget it. There should be nothing I should ever have to do again to this. It has the maximum speed belts. It has the most storage that it needs. It has the maximum production that it needs if it's running at full speed. There's nothing that ever needs to be done again. So now it's set it and forget it because it's never going to extract more than 300 because that's the most you can possibly do with a tier 3 extractor and then overclocking it. And it has 1200 belts. So there's nothing I ever need to do to that again. It is set. It is rocking. It is good to go. And that's the point where you get at in the game. And that's why I work my way to the end of the game. And then I can go ahead and set these kind of things up as well. So we're going to be setting up a bunch of high-level stuff using our larger blueprinter that we've been using. Our tier 3, or level 3 blueprinter as well. So let's head back over here and we'll check out this spectacle that is my cool base right here. Now again, I'm going to be taking all this down eventually, everybody. The ultimate goal of when you're replacing stuff is to take down the previous stuff and to make it better, to make it more efficient or whatever it is in what it does. And so that's basically the ultimate goal of all of this is basically to replace the previous stuff. And you can see I can just float my way up because I've put a whole bunch of power systems in. They're actually on this side. A whole bunch of power systems in that allow me just to kind of float up the wall here. You can see it up along the side of the wall. It's basically like an elevator. Now, they are actually adding elevators, no troll, to the game. They actually are adding elevators that you can get in. I hope they're really fast elevators because if they're not as fast as me floating up, then I'm probably not going to use them. So hopefully they are fast. Now, another thing that I eliminated everybody, is that I eliminated the need for the hub. I don't need the hub anymore. The only thing the hub does now is act as a spawn point. So if I die, it will then take me back to the hub itself. Once I'm taken back to the hub, then I can respawn, go back out. But other than that, I have unlocked every single thing in the game. And I could finish the game, which I have done before. But I'm actually kind of waiting for the update, one, and number two, to go stable, by the way. I'm not playing experimental with my live version. And I'll probably wait for the update and then a little update of the update, if you know what I mean. And then we'll add all the new stuff that's coming in 1.1. Very excited about that. And again, usually they take a couple weeks to a month or more to go from the experimental version to the stable version. So the second that comes out, we'll check out those new features as well. I have played on the experimental before, but this particular time I'm doing my full mega playthrough that I've been waiting to do since the game came out many, many years ago. So we want to keep going. So we want to collect some Mercer spheres. So what we're going to do actually is jump into here. This is going to run me under the factory. And again, look at all this space I have to just keep adding more and more belts. Now, one of the things that we also want to do when we're mega building is we just don't want to build it because I could actually finish the game with about 30 to 40,000 power, probably even less, everybody, because I do have the power of time. I can just let it run. And then once I let it run, I have enough resources, usually about 10 boxes of each resources, the lower level resources. You can pretty much finish the game, as I proved in my last playthrough. You can pretty much prove it. And again, the most efficient thing is square boxes. That's efficient. That's why people build square buildings, everybody, because it's efficient, it's cost less, and it's very space effective, meaning that the actual square footage, you're getting maximum use of your entire square footage. If you look at it from a business owner, it's more effective of a use. Now, of course, it's not fancy, but it's more effective. Just like sometimes spaghetti is more effective. Great segue, wasn't it? Spaghetti's more effective. It doesn't look good. It's crazy. You're like, Kismet, what the heck? You're triggering me right now. I know it's fun to trigger my chat. But again, it's very effective. It made the stuff we needed to do to get to the end of the game and unlock all the stuff. Now over here, there are some items that I don't necessarily need a dimensional depot for anymore, including my little guys here that are not really running in there anyway anymore. Of course, over here we have our Mercerspheres. I really suggest not to run your slugs or your Mercerspheres or your summer sloops in any sorter that ends up in the dimensional depot. Remember, there's only so many of these in the game, and if you run them in the dimensional depot, kiss those suckers goodbye forever in this particular playthrough. Now over here, same thing. We do have some stuff that we want to do. Now our aluminum here did run out, which is wild. But I did make a lot of aluminum based belts, and of course it used all that up. Plus I used it to convert it into other things like heat sinks and things of that nature. But here's the thing. When I tear all this down, and that's the goal of what we're working on now, is to eliminate this entire part here, which is basically my storage, right? And build a central storage, much like this, but of course fancy smancy, where we actually store every single resource for ARC use, and then of course also run it in the dimensional depot so that we never have to actually run to the storage. Eliminating the need for the storage is, I think, the ultimate playthrough in the game. Is your need to do this anymore is actually obsolete. If you have a dimensional depot then unlocked and you have it all the way upgraded like I do, you should no longer need this kind of storage. You should no longer need to come here and manage the storage at all. It's good to have sorting, so you can go in and sort it as well. Now another one that I don't need these because I'm out of those, and then also the plates over here, I can go ahead and eliminate this. Now obviously I'd want to come back later, get my my aluminum going again, and which is one of the things we're going to try to get going today, and then reset up the storage. Now I'm not going to have it run up here anymore. I'm actually going to have it run down below in my primary base. And again, all of this should become obsolete in your new mega base that you're building. Now I could have built the mega base along the way, and kind of pre-planned it out so that basically when I got to this point, it was already pre-built, which you can do. You'll find you'll have to come back and upgrade a lot of things along the way, so it adds that upgrade amount. And you can see I did it without thing. It's almost like I did it Lego style here, but it's almost like I planned that out. I actually did not plan this out ahead of time, which I do sometimes with some builds and some games that I play. I suddenly have like a vision of what I want to do, and then I build it out. But this is very simple here. This is where our power is here, right? Some simple power of our biopower here, our biofuel. And then down below, we have our coal power. And then this is all fuel, and then, of course, turbo fuel. And this is powering the factory. And then these are all resources that go along with my nuclear power, right? These are not necessarily for me to use, but they're mainly for the nuclear power. And originally, and this right here is battery backup, by the way, which we're going to make a really cool thing for that. And then, of course, using all my trains to bring my resources in, like the oil and the iron and, all of that different items. And we can go in and get the bauxite on this same train line because the bauxite is along here. Pick up the bauxite, and we can work on our aluminum, which is pretty awesome that basically I'm bringing in all those different resources and bringing them back to my primary base. And basically using a central base. Some people use central bases, some people use remote bases. I like to use a combination of both, and I like to build them in a modular style. If you look at this building here, you can see that it has different colors. Those colors represent that this is a storage and this is production. Storage, storage, production, storage, production, production, storage. You get the idea, right? So these actually are different blueprints, and I can put them on top of each other like this and build an infinite skyscraper of how much ever production I need. So if I need just a few buildings, I can build it lower. If I need more buildings, I can build it higher. So I'm taking great advantage of my vertical space as well. A lot of people, they build in a horizontal way like this, and they don't take care of their vertical space, right? And I find that vertical space is the more advanced building because you have to think in a different way. And actually, vertical building is way better when you're doing water or any kind of fluids, because what you want to do is you want to feed it to the top and then feed down, because then it's gravity fed, just like a water tower. A water tower is gravity fed. What they do is they put it up here on the top, they run a pump, they pump the water to the top, and then if they lose power, guess what? It still keeps perfect pressure because the water tower is going to run that water down, and you'll have enough water until the power is restored, and then they'll just pump more water up there. Which is a brilliant, brilliant thing. And it actually does work in game. So if you think in that way, where you're always running your water down, you'll always have that positive pressure. So that's one of the things about water you really want to work on, is actually running the water up as high as you can and then having it come down into whatever it is. Like a great example is my nuclear power. And then also down below here, if we just take a peek at my stuff over there we go. Over here is my coal power, which that's as much as you need to just get started, everybody. You don't really need that much more coal power. See that coal power down there? That coal power down there is what made all of this up here, which is pretty awesome. And all of this over here. And that's because it just runs and runs and runs. Coal power is what's known as perpetual power, which wish in real life it worked that way, but it doesn't. But there's no such thing as perpetual power in real life yet. I don't know. Some people say it's impossible. Some people say it is. I never count anything out, everybody, because today's impossible is yesterday's innovation, I think. I think personally. But the thing is that coal power there, the water is being fed from the top. So I have a top one, and it's being fed down into there to prevent any of that back sloshing that happens. If the pipes are not full, what it will do is go to the end and it will slosh back and forth, causing the water level to go up and down and up and down and really screw you up. So what you want to do is make sure that thing is completely full before you start it up. Make sure the water's completely full. Also, it'll hit the end of the pipe and do what's known as hammering. So always a good idea. Also, I've found to create like a circuit, kind of like you would do, say, like in your computer. If you had water, it would basically just keep water cooled. It would keep that circulation going. If you keep that circulation going, everybody, it then is continuously moving and it doesn't hit that hammering, which is actually what I'm doing over here in my fluids at this scale. See, when you're doing it at this scale, it's very difficult for it to get to the ones in the back. Because what it will do is it will use it all up before it gets to the back, and then it causes that sloshing. And then if you have it just ending, it has caused that hammering where it'll just mess up your stuff. So what I'm doing here is that this is producing that turbo fuel. It is then running it out. You can see they're actually all connected together in a giant grid, even though the pipes themselves cannot run it faster than 600. The actual stuff is getting used up. So as it's getting used up, as it works its way to the back, it's actually keeping it full because the excess of the other lines are filling those pipes. So really smart way of keeping that from going up and down and up and down, and then keeping your production going. Now I've actually reduced the production of my power here because I've replaced it now with nuclear power. And actually I could eliminate all of this if I wanted to, and the coal and the biofuel, and just use nuclear power at this point. And then actually there's even higher level power than nuclear power, using plutonium and then of course fixonium later on. We'll get into all of that, but we're going to build it fancy smancy later on, mega build it out. You can see I've got a blueprinter here, which actually I could probably take some of these blueprinters out now because you can see I was building a blueprint for those over here. Let's run over here and clear this first. You can't take it out unless you clear it out. Let's go ahead and clear the blueprint designer there. Now again, these blueprints are available to all my patrons over on patreon.com/Kismet. Over there for your awesome support. I appreciate it. You can go ahead and try those out, and again, try out a modular style, and then take those blueprints and make them even better. Maybe fancy them up a bit, Put them to whatever personal style that you want to do. They're there just to get you started, just to get the idea of how to stack vertically, how to work with pipes and all of those things. And the same thing here with how to work with power. This is basically 7,500 megawatts worth of backup power. One is an online and one is an offline, meaning that I charge them both up and then I turn this one off, kind of like a backup battery. So this is my primary battery, which is always on. So if I need that power, it'll automatically draw it from here. But if I do need backup power, should it run down, should I run out of power, I can always flip this one on, and that allow me to help restore my power, get my power working again, and then I will charge that back up again, turn it back off again, kind of like a backup battery that you keep off, disconnected from the system, and then you reconnect it by using your priority switches right over here. So basically it has an on-off connection, so it disconnects it from the grid. Then when you need it, you can just flip that switch back on again. It reconnects it to the grid and provides power. That's probably the most backup power. Backup power, I feel, is sorely neglected. And again, that's also done in a blueprint. So I could just stack them and then connect them all together and run them pretty easily, as you can see. So that gives you an idea of what we're doing. We also have ourselves a little teleporter over here, and we're going to be building out as many teleporters as we possibly can later on. But one of the things that I did do is I removed the Mercer spheres here, and let me go back and see if I can find any more. Actually, I could take my hypertube here. What do we need here to make this work? Singularity cell. Oh, I disconnected it. That's why it's not working. Throw it in there. Let's try it out. Looks good. Oh, it's charging up. I didn't know it did that. It's heating up. I should probably just do those 50 and then stop. Oh, there we go. I'm up here where my storage is. See? Very cool, right? So they did add teleporters, as you can see. They're at the very highest end of this. All right, let's go over here to some of this stuff over here, which I seriously doubt that I am producing any that I need. Like right here, don't need this one anymore. Probably a lot of these we can go ahead and get rid of. Again, ultimately, my goal is to replace this whole area up here. And the first thing I would remove is the dimensional depots if you don't need them to run in there anymore. Like great example, something I would keep would be my Nobilis, some bullets there. I'm not producing these anymore. I don't need that in there. All of this stuff here. Maybe my fuel there. But again, now I'm basically going to recycle those Mercer spheres. And then over here, which is where I have this concrete, I can go ahead and leave this one here for now until I run out of concrete. Now remember, everybody, this concrete was made toward the beginning of the game, and I still have about 5.5 boxes full of concrete sitting up there. I also have concrete being produced for the process of my nuclear power, and that is also being run down here. So again, I can start to eliminate it. Now, I would leave it there so that you do have multiple concrete stuff things running. And ultimately, I will replace all of this. This will all get replaced with some more fancy ways of doing basically the same thing. So if we go down here, we can see that we have a bunch of resources down here as well that are part of that process. And then down here, you can see I've elevated this one here. We're just kind of floating up above there. And we have another one here. So there's already 2 running concrete in there. And then we can check the box here to see if it's full. It sure is. And then we can also run back to 10 boxes deep and see if the 10th box is full. Yes, that's 10 boxes there. So 5.5 boxes up there, 10 boxes deep there, 15 times 2 down below there, 30 boxes of concrete basically ready to be used. So let's run back down again. Over here. Sometimes I just like to, mellowly play the game. You don't have to be in such a hurry all the time, I find. I can build a hypertube down there and do all of that. Get away from this radiation. and do all of that. But ultimately, what I'll want to do is now make a teleporter. Make a teleporter that will take me down here where I need to go. Now, also, I'm waiting for them to add the ability for me to remove these. Because every time I see those, I wonder, have I gone to that one? It doesn't look like I've gone to this one, because look, it has a bunch of resources here that I can snag, or they reset, one or the other. Again, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll actually put a marker if I've been to that particular spot. It doesn't look like I did. But they're going to give you the ability to actually take all these little pieces out, deconstruct them, which I think is actually going to affect the overall gameplay as well. And again, I think I just found those. We'll get these hard drives. Now, we are going to get to alternate recipes at some point. But right now, we're just showing you the basics of building. Now, if you missed my whole tutorial last time, it's episode 1 here of Mega Building. You can find on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Kismet. BP, B like Bravo, P like Papa, because they wouldn't give me my Kismet name because they suck. You can learn how to do angles and embellishments and all of that kind of more advanced building. And then, of course, how to perfectly align to your extractors. Notice that this is absolutely perfectly aligned and fits within just 2 foundations, which is awesome. I align it differently than other people. I do it the perfect way, and they do it the crappy way. At least in my opinion. I don't like it where the thing is hanging over the foundation. That's how most people do it, where it hangs over the foundation. That blows. I discovered my own way of doing it, and it is much more effective because it's in one movement, everybody. In one action, boom, you're perfectly aligned. And you can align to its grid and then align it to the world grid, which my primary base is aligned to the world grid. So very, very cool way of doing that. What's up, Fred? What's up, buddy? How you doing today? Oh, so sad, brother. So sad. You'll be okay. Let me give you a hug. Oh, I'm trying to give you a hug. Give you a hug, buddy. You have a good day. All right. I know he always wants to be up in my business. He's like, what are you doing over there? Very curious. That's my buddy Fred. Some people call him Peanut. I like him. He's a nice guy when he's not standing in my base where I'm trying to build. I appreciate when he's not standing in my base. Okay, so that gets us started there. Now, one of the things we wanted to do, again, get those Mercer spheres back, and we're going to use this as our primary input for our concrete to our dimensional depot. And what I'm going to do is just build out some custom foundations here on the top of this. And we'll just go ahead and use, let's say, a wall here. That'll help us line up a little bit better. Like so. There we go. And then you're going to be doing a little bit of clipping to try to get this to go through there. And I can just build this upwards. Just going to walk that up so I don't have to take that back out. What I call walking. You just walk it up to where you want it to be. There we go. And then we can take this out. Again, those just worked as a temporary foundation. Is that lining up? Yes, it is. Okay, good. And then we'll go here. The great thing about this game, everybody, is nothing is actually set in stone. So you can take stuff in and out depending on what you want. Now over here on the side, I have some foundations that are actually going in the opposite direction, where they are actually inside the other ones as well. Now when they go inside like that, the best way to cover them up is to use a different style of texture. It's kind of hard to see there that there's actually ones that are going across, and that also I'm using a half foundation there. And you can see that these are going inside of that other stuff. And you see, you don't want to see this, everybody, this little clipping thing that goes on, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't like to see that Z clipping, and I could go in and cover that up as well. One of the things I suggest you do, again, is to use some of your architecture stuff. If you do see that kind of Z clipping there, you can try to cover it up. Here we go. Nope. Not the way I'm trying to get it to go. Okay, we'll go this way first. So you can try to cover it up with something like a painted beam, like that, but most likely you're going to end up putting something a little thicker, because you can see that you can still see it there as well. So let's go ahead, try, oh, here comes our guy there. Let's try something a little thicker here where we go ahead and bring up our pillars to just kind of put this as the top. Of course, you want to do it on all sides over here. And basically what we're trying to do is just cover that up. So we're going to go ahead and use our big metal pillar here, which is what we're using here, but we're going to go ahead and turn it sideways, and we're going to turn our zoop on, and we're going to go ahead and see this. Now, as you can see over here, that this is actually not covering it up because it's offset. So you want to try to figure out how to fix that overall offset, and then you want to offset it down. Now, a lot of times you're going to need to take stuff in and out to make that work. You can also go in, do this, and then hit H, and then you can nudge it on certain objects. You can see that this right here cannot be nudged. So keep that in mind, that there are objects that cannot be nudged. Why? I have no idea. I don't know why you would make it where some things can be nudged and other things cannot. I think that's kind of a dumb thing to do, but maybe they'll fix it in the future. We'll see how it goes. Now, this one over here is kind of tricky. Have to get it to go the way we want it to go. There we go. And then, of course, we'll want to run this up here, and then we'll want to run it like this. So we want to actually make it where we put it up a little bit, and then we can basically work around the shortcomings of the fact that we're blocked there at the top. And then basically we just kind of work our way around, and then now we can go ahead and do what we want. Right? So again, there's a lot of workarounds like that in the game that you can use if it's not doing what you want it to do. And then same thing here. Try to get this to align. Very finicky sometimes. And we're just going to go ahead and do something like that. And that looks pretty good. Now, what we want to do is we want to add a bunch of dimensional depots to the top of this. And then their purpose is purely to run it in there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, I've gone ahead and put those down just to get an idea of the width of those and how I want those to run. So what I'm going to do is tap into this here. And I'm going to go ahead and take this out. And also, down below here, we have this where it's coming out of here. So we want to look at where this is going to go. So again, we'll go ahead and just run that up like that. And typically, this is how I do floor holes, is I just run it through there. Then I go ahead, hit H, and then like I said earlier, you can just nudge stuff right into position. And then you just take this one out, so then you can just use it as a floor hole. Now, floor holes work decently well now in when it comes to belts, and not so much when it comes to pipes. Hopefully they get that squared away. So I do want to kind of center this a little bit better, because I'm going to have this come out and basically go into a splitter. And then eventually it'll go up to my train level, where the train will go and grab everything. And that's what this level is. This is the train level. I could also build my base underneath it or above it, because I've left myself an infinite space, basically, because there is so much space here, everybody, to build, more than I would need for anything that I would build. But we want to kind of see if we can just center this out to make this a little bit nicer. And remember, the center is actually not right there. The center is actually over this way, because you have this kind of half area over here. So we'll go ahead and try to center that out a little bit. We'll take all these out, and then we'll go ahead, hold down Control, snap those in. We're going to bring it forward just a little bit, and we're going to add 5 of these. Again, I could create a blueprint for that and do all of that. I find making a blueprint for your dimensional depots foolish, because you're not really going to need that for sure. Now I'm going to have that come out, split that way, and then I'm going to have it go into this one and split again. Now I can use some smart splitters if I want to, but basically I'm just going to have this run into here as fast as I possibly can. You actually don't need ones at the end, because that's just going to terminate at the end. I'm not going to have any more on top of there. And then we'll go ahead and bring out our resources. Then we'll run it this way and attempt to run it this way. There we go. Here, and then in the dimensional depot, dimensional depot. Now, if you don't want to upgrade your dimensional depot, this is actually the best way to make it go faster. is to basically go in and make more of these on the thing that you want to run the most. And I find 5 of them is more than enough, everybody, to run that stuff in the Dimensional Depot. You got to think also I have 2 others that are going to use all of that up as well along the way. But this is what its job is. It's running that at 1,200 out of there into the Dimensional Depot as well. This should be a level 6, yes. So this is 1,200 being split and then split again and running it into these Dimensional Depots. And any time that I need concrete, it'll be available right here at the level of 2,500. And so say I use 2,500 up, guess what? It's going to run that back in there at 1,200 per minute. And bam, 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 it'll then fill up those Dimensional Depots. Now, the Dimensional Depots themselves have a rate that they go in over here. And you can see that this does 240 per minute. So let's just call it 250 for the easiness of math. So there's 500. There is 1,000. There's 1,500 per minute. So in 2 minutes, it'll fill the entire Dimensional Depot. Yes, so that's pretty awesome. And that's all I need, everybody. I don't need it on the other concrete nodes. I don't need it anywhere else. Just one. That'll be enough to do that. Now, the other thing I would do is make ones that do plates. And then the ones that do plates, I would then do the same thing because you use a lot of plates. Anything you're using a lot of, that thing should be doubled, tripled, or in this case, 5x'd Dimensional Depot. I think, anyway. Now, everything else can be just 1 times. And over here, you can see I have more nodes, iron nodes and stuff, and we'll work with all of these nodes. Now, all my other nodes, which are my pure nodes, which is one of the greatest places to start, by the way, over here. All you have to do is find this thing here, everybody, and then walk along the coast like this, and then up past the waterfalls that are over here. See the waterfalls? Climb up this road here, go up around the back there, and you're going to find a bunch of pure nodes right way over here. That is one of the greatest places, if not the greatest places to start in the entire game, which I think is awesome. And again, our goal is to replace all of this, including all of our power systems, and basically to put priority switches on everything so we can just turn that stuff on and off as we need it or don't need it. So this is actually production, right? So this is production. This I can turn off, no big deal, because it's just producing that item to produce that item. It's not part of a chain of items, right? So I could also go in and just put a P in here for production. What did I put in there for it on my spreadsheet? I forgot. I actually put it in there as something else. What did I call those? Let's go in and find out. Right over here. By the way, I got a spreadsheet for that. These are all my extractions going on right now. Let's see. I called the power nodes factories. F for factories. So again, why am I using F for factory? Well, because I also have power nodes, and those I use P for power, F for factory. There we go. So that's just a factory producing concrete. That's its job. And that's all it's ever going to do. Now, if I do want to go ahead and manage that power, I can go in here like this, or I can, just to see what all the power is doing, or I can do my circuit breaker priority. And now the lowest priority for me would be this limestone. Because it's a factory, and that factory can go ahead and turn off if I need to keep my power going, which you can see is my highest priority, my coal power, sulfur for my nuclear power, and other stuff for turbo fuel and stuff like that. You can see I have them in different priority groups. And I have some over here that I'm not even worrying about that are more like extraction groups. So you might want to do this and then do your extraction groups here. And so on. Again, some of this stuff is actually being used. We're going to revamp all of this, starting with our very first node, and then we're going to revamp all the nodes to function. And look at this, everybody. Look at this. We're getting a bit of overflow. Very nice. And you can see that's overflowing a little bit, but not enough where it has come to a stop. So very nice. Very nice. And again, it's running all of that into that dimensional depot when I need it. Okay, so we got that done. We can mark that off the list. Now we want to go probably and find some Mercer-spheres, so we'll probably want to go on an adventure. We're going to go way up here to the top, wherever this was, way over here in the corner. Was it this one? One with the most Mercer-spheres on it. That one's 14. I think I guessed it to start with. 22 right there. This one's 19. So we'll do the one that we found the most. And if we're out there, we can also make some more radar towers. So we'll go to this one right here. So what we can do is actually highlight stuff by putting, what I like to do is just put a marker there. It's say like a question mark marker like this. And then I can highlight that marker. And then that marker will highlight on my direction there up in the radar up at the top. You can see it's a different color. And then we're also going to need some stuff while we go. Now, just in case I die, I don't want to lose my Mercer spheres there. I'm going to go ahead and put those back in manually, back in the Dimensional Depot. Look and see if there's anything else that I do want to get out of my inventory. Can I put that in? No, those are already full. These here, those are full. I love it when it says it's full, everybody. It's so awesome. That means that it's running it in the Dimensional Depot and we're all good. Run that hard drive in there, maybe a little bit of this. There we go. Again, the Dimensional Depot is a great way to get stuff out of your inventory and free up a little inventory slots, singularities we could throw in there. And anything you can kind of get out of your inventory is always a good idea. Biofuel, don't need that. All right, I think all the rest of this stuff should be full. All right, good, good. Now we've kind of cleared out our inventory a little bit. We also want to go in here and look for ammo. Type today. And I had some turbo ammo in there, but I'm just going to go ahead and use my rifle ammo. We'll get 2 of those out. And then Nautilus. And again, up above, I have 10 boxes of all of this. And the second I take it out, look at it, it fills it right back up again. So I don't have to worry about it. In fact, I even have backup of Nautilus detonators, everybody. And I have just enough that if I want to put the one I have on me in there, I can. And I do the same thing with the miners. You can see I have 192 portable miners in there. So whenever I go to build an extractor, that miner will basically always be there, right? It'll always be there where I never have to actually build a construction thing to make more miners. Because I made just a ton of them in the very beginning and then dropped them in the Dimensional Depot the second I had that open. Which means I don't ever have to run and make those for a very long time. We might run out of them. We'll see. We'll see if we can tap every node. We can get it going. But let's go ahead and just go this way. Now, one of the ways that I like to travel is via power, right? Via my hover pack here. And you'll see that I have a network of all of these power poles. And eventually we'll replace all of these with actual transport systems that we'll set up. But I just kind of very much just kind of cruise around and I'm up above all of the danger. Do want to probably lock and load my weapon in case some stuff goes down. And I'm just going to kind of head toward it here. Now, I do have some trains and stuff up there that I could do. But at some point, you'll see I have a gap there, and I have to go back up again. But I could very easily build these power lines that will allow me to go from A to Z. And if I'm going in a certain direction, I'll just keep building the power lines to make it easy to get where I'm going. Whee! Oh, God, we're all gonna die! Burp. In the water. One time I built 142 coal extractors over here, coal power plants, and put all the water right here. You can see that on my YouTube channel, everybody, where I went and made an excessive amount of coal power. There we go. Okay, and you can see we have power here. And again, having that verticality helps you a lot, especially when them spiders come running after you and you're trying to escape them. Now over here, you can see I have what I call a switchback lifter. This is old school here. You can run these lifters an infinite distance. I feel like it usually bugs out my game, so I don't bother as well. And again, you can pre-think this out so that when you're working through the game, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to do this eventually. I'll just do it to start with, and actually pre-build all of this stuff ahead of time so that when you get to the end, you've already pre-built your mega base. But I find that it's actually more effective if I don't have to keep going in and upgrading my belts and doing all of that stuff along the way. I actually had a hypertube there I could have took as well. Which I built for my trains here. And again, this is extracting all of these resources in coal and, of course, quartz and all of that. And I can up the quantity of that extraction as well. Over here, we're doing some SAM ore extraction. And we want to head our way over there. Now, there's two ways of doing this. You can use your regular power poles, or you can pick up one of these towers over here, and you can run the tower. I like to actually just pull out the power pole like this, and then I can run over there. Now, if you didn't know, everybody, this actually, I just discovered this in this playthrough, is the fact that you can actually go upwards as well. So you can actually go up, not just down with your zip lines. So you can just basically use this to go up and down, or you can just use it to go up, like this. And so that just brought me across that gap. Now I could have also just went up and went along the thing and then jumped down, but you get the idea. So these ones here are pretty awesome to use for long distances as well. And so we're trying to make our way through here. Now I probably already have some power poles down in here somewhere. But I'm going to go ahead and try to use my bigger power poles now. Get me going in this direction. And we got to watch out for that over there. There's some mobs down there who want to try to get me. Wind, air conditioning blowing on my leg, freaking me out. All right, ways to go. And you're like, well, where are you getting all these resources from? They're coming out of the Dimensional Depot. Now, these you can run much further and also are way more obvious when you're running power. And I'm just going to run this up here for fun so you can see it way up there. You can see I'm just traveling via power poles. And this is like a really milestone moment I find in the game when you can just travel via these using this power. Okay, I think we're about where we should be. Or about where the radar tower is. Where's that radar tower? Over there. Okay, cool. And so we'll take this. Oh, I can see there's some uranium there. I don't think we made our new uranium stuff. We do need to get more of our stuff to make our uranium things here. But we want our uranium filters. But we want to go ahead and do this and say, is there a Mercer nearby? It doesn't say there's one nearby, but it does say there's 22 in this total area. So what we'll do is we'll just keep going with our power here. We'll run it down here. And we'll say we'll run one out to this island. Say out to there. No Mercer yet. Oh, hold on. We got a hit in that direction. And again, this just allows you to stay up away from the mobs. So the mobs are not up in your business all the time. It does give you that verticality. Oh, went right past it. This way. Hear it. All right, who's going to get rowdy? Again, see, I'm using my verticality. Yeah, there's a second one. Now, sometimes they throw stuff at you, so be careful. Get out the shot, Fred. I get these easier ones first. Forget which one I was shooting. We'll shoot this one. How that guy's not dead by now, I have no idea. There we go. There it is, right over there. Fred, of course, trying to help us out. Say Kismet right over here. And we want to go back, find out where we killed these guys right here. If you don't pick it up right away, everybody, it's going to be really hard to find that later on. For sure. Okay, and then we got our first Mercer Sphere over here. Let's grab it.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Witnessing the strand of the tapestry, everybody. I like to grab these little flowers and whatnot when I'm running around. I like to snag those and pick those up. What's up, Beef Banana Bread? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you chilling out in the channel. Appreciate everybody in here. Again, we're going to be doing some exploring for right now. I'm going to show you guys how to explore around the easy way here. And then again, we'll go ahead and bring up our little scanner. And we're going to just let the loot guide us of where we need to go. Let's go ahead and find where our other one of this is. And we'll just go put this out here. Oh, I see we have something to blow up here. Oh, fun. Let's do it. And of course, we're going to use our explosives. See, sometimes even though it's right next to the explosive, you have to actually put it on the thing for it to actually blow up, which I think is kind of meh. And sometimes it doesn't even work. And you can also do multiple. These are two separate ones right there, but we might be able to get them all. There we go. This is our little slug guy. I don't know how I don't hit those guys. I mean, just like aiming right at them. Whatever. Whatever. Like the sights on this thing is off. Best thing to do is just wipe those out. Okay, so we had a little bit of fun there getting our little slug guys while we're at it. If we see them, we'll grab them, but if we don't need to, we got plenty. So, it's after me. Oh, a little fire guy down there shooting at me. Get wrecked. And then we can use that for making different stuff like healing, or we can just store it for later, put it in the MAM, all that kind of cool stuff. Okay, now more Mercer Spheres. Oh, I can see one from right there. That's kind of fun. I love it when you can just see one. Okay, now it goes away, and we'll see if it goes away on the thing, or if it's actually showing us another one in this direction. Definitely another one that way. See if I can just see it from here. It doesn't look like it. And so again, we're going to be making a big mess with these. Oh, right there. Now they did make these, if you haven't played the game in a while, they did make these destroyable. So you can, instead of using your gas filters, you can just go in Wipe these out. Pick that up. Again, I never have to touch the ground because if you touch the ground, that's when the mobs charge you. Or if you get close to these. I find that there's always something that's nearby whenever you're trying to find these resources. Some sort of hazard. Oh, okay, no more. Okay, where are we at? Yeah, let's keep working our way over here. I forgot to take that question mark out. Let's remove that stamp. And we're going to go put a tower right here. And then I'll also give us a function to do. So we'll do this, and then let me, there we go. I'm going to highlight that one. And that'll give us a direction that way. And so, again, just pick that direction randomly. So I could go out here and build a thing. Death from above. I should have been dead. One more. Hide in the bushes. Did it? I can't remember. All right, more slug guys. Let's get them since right here. Definitely looks like I haven't been in here collecting Mercer spheres or slugs. Again, grab all your stuff while you can. And if you do have a bunch of this, remember that you can also just throw it in the dimensional depot. Get it out of your inventory. Same thing with your Mercer spheres and your little guys. Very nice. We got over here. Okay. What I would do though is go ahead and bring some power over here. So again, I have that verticality. Now again, upgrading your weapon type of ammo does help a lot. I do have the ability to make some turbo ammo. I guess I could if I really felt like it. Watch out, there's two of them in there in two separate directions. Might be a little tricky, but as you can see, I'm moving around, which throws them off. And then also, line of sight, right? So when you're reloading, just line of sight him, he'll come around, wipe them out. Now, never assume that you got them all, because that's what they try to do, lull you into a false sense of security. Oh, spiders there too. See, like I said, they try to lull you into a false sense of security, and then they send spiders after you. Now, some of these spiders do jump at you, so keep that in mind. But again, since I have the power of verticality, I've got them on easy mode. Using that vertical power, everybody. Use it wisely. Then again, getting more resources. Again, you should be getting a good sample of different resources while you're running around. And also, we're going to be working these, so it needs some power. That's going to be real easy. Boom, I just tapped it into my main power grid. It's not going to be an issue now. But sometimes you need a minute for it to kick in. So I go around, look for any resources. I don't really need any of these resources, but it's kind of like you're going around cleaning the area up. Point blank range, and I can't hit him. Something a bit dodgy about this sniper weapon. I mean, I have the crosshair on them. They should die, but oh well. I'll roll with it. Oh, circuit boards there. Nice. Okay, this kick in yet? Yes, it did. Now, this is how you get your alternate recipes, is through these little things. And when the 1.1 comes through, I'm going to go through and I'm going to remove every single one of these in the game. It's going to be awesome. Then I never have to go, oh, is there something over there? Now, normally what I do whenever I see these is I'll make a note. We got a geyser there. Is that I'll make a note of that particular area that I've gone in and I found the chest there. Or in this case, the crash landing area. And that I've already looked at it. That's why I can just look on the map and say, okay, yes, I've already looked at that particular one. Just leaving myself a note along the way. Okay, any more Mercer spheres? Let's go ahead and see if there's anything nearby. No? Okay, well then let's continue our journey through the forest. See anything that we want to pick up? Pick it up along the way. Yeah, and go forward a little bit, check and see if there's any more Mercer sphere action. Put this right up here. Watch this move, everybody. It's one of my favorite things to do. Come on. Over here. Later, sucker! Fun every time. It never stops being fun. So he ran at me. I was on the edge of the thing, and I moved to the side just as he came off the side of the thing, and he went flying way down there. I mean, I could have just killed him, but I think that's way funnier. To just make him go flying off the side like that. You know, kind of outsmart him kind of thing. Oh, okay, we got a Mercer sphere here. Okay, so we're going to prioritize our Mercer spheres, but we are going to keep working in that direction. And it's just as random as going any random other direction. But I find that if you just let the loop guide you... Wait a minute, it's like right here. How can I tell it's right here? Because it goes down. So it must be down from where I am. Down here somewhere. Right in there. Now I can't see the gas, but I know that the second I assume that there's no gas there is the part that it gasses me. Sometimes it doesn't actually show up. So I just blow it up, make sure there's nothing else in the way. Listen for mobs to sneak up on me. Again, sometimes that one will show up. Okay, another one in this direction. Very much that way. Yes, I'm making a big mess in the world, and we'll come back and work on it and build whole power systems and all of that. But ease of use right now. I think it's underneath us here. Now, some of these are going to be underground, so you'll have to find the entrance to the underground area, wherever this Mercer sphere is. Kind of acting as a real weird one. Yeah, it's like right in this area. I can hear it. It's underneath where I'm at. So I need to try to find a way, an entrance that goes underground. Usually you can find them by water or cliff edges like this. Hey Fred, you see an entrance around here? We'll just kind of run around, take a little look. Now I'm also away from my power right now, so I am vulnerable. I'm on the ground. Though I still do have my weapon, so I can get all rowdy if I want to. Just roll up on them without even seeing me. Oh! You didn't even see it coming. Wipe them out. So yeah, this one is underground right here. There's got to be some sort of entrance, maybe from the back area here. Just run around the side. Or the entrance could be really far away, everybody. I usually just go around the cliff edges and take a look. I'm maybe way down in here somewhere. Maybe back here where we found that other one. Oh, hello. You're going to need a lot of those eventually. Maybe over that way. Let's go. Oh, we already have a thing over here. No need to be redundant. We can avoid it. That's a tricky entrance. Again, we can make different grades of these novelists. I find the normal ones are just more than enough. And I have 10 boxes full of them, so I really have an infinite amount of these things because I have such a backlog of all of this that I can use. Like a little public safety work here. Put that right up in there so we can get in here. Kobe! Nailed it. Okay, now let's not get distracted by that and miss our cave entrance. Let's take a look. Now again, sometimes there's cave entrances that you can blow up and then work your way in there. But this looks like a real obvious place over here somewhere on these tall cliffs for an entrance. Sometimes the entrance is on top as well. And this is actually pretty far away from where we were up here. But sometimes those entrances go a long ways. And what I'll do is I'll give it a certain amount of time and then I just move on. Because it can burn up your time just looking for that entrance. And it's only one of 22 that we can get going. Again, we'll keep going this way. Like this, and then we'll put our scanner on again. This is probably the most I've ever used this scanner. In this direction. I bet. Oh, right there, I can see it. And the first thing I'm trying to do is see exactly where it is. And then that gives me the ability just to run up in here and get it going on. Now these will, at least we'll try to poison you. Sometimes I just throw a bunch of them down first. Wipe them all out. Now the thing about this is, everybody, when the server restarts, these usually come back up again. And I have it restart every single day. Oh, missed it. I have it restart every single day. So these guys will, oh, okay, a little overthrow there. Will come back. And then also over time, the more you play, these will respawn. Now you can try to get rid of the respawn by building in this area. That will remove some of that respawn as well. But all I do is just go ahead and clear a few of them for fun.
This ancient temple holds a residence zone. Play for us.
And there we go. Oh, something's aggro on me over here. Oh, you want some of this? You didn't notice there, you can actually shoot the fireball. You can if you hit it. Sometimes your bullets go right through it, apparently. Okay, there we go. Any more Mercer spheres nearby? Nope. All right, well, let's keep working toward our goal over here, which is to put a tower right over here. Oh, we got something to blow up there. Now, I've not been everywhere and done everything in the game on purpose, so that I get to discover new stuff here in the release version of the game. I have played the game since it came out originally. What's the plan? Right now, we are just collecting some more Mercer Spheres so that we can boost our Dimensional Depot input. That's what we're working on right now. You can see over here, we're grabbing more Mercer Spheres. We're also going to get more fabric for filters, and we're going to work a bit on our aluminum, hopefully, if we have enough time today. So we're going to go ahead and put down a tower here, which I believe is under organization. Yes, our radar tower. We're just going to put it right there. And then since we already brought our power, how easy and convenient is this that we can just go ahead and connect. Oh, if it lets us grab the bottom part, there we go. And just connect that. And now the whole area that was black here is now part of that radio tower. And now that one says there's 26 more in that area. So now we have even more area, and we know we haven't been to this area because, again, it has that like fog of war where it is blocked. So we're running around, and we are just having an adventure. Again, I find a good mixture of running around and grabbing stuff, and then, of course, doing a lot of building, trying to discover new areas that you haven't seen before. I don't remember ever coming over here, but I could have. I don't know. I've played through over 40 times, so I definitely could have came over here. Now, this is a normal node that we could use for Caterium. And we're going to go through and try to tap every single node until we hit that build limit, which could happen at some point. We'll see. We'll see how it goes as well. How much time we got left till the reset? About 15 minutes here. And again, I have the server auto restart. And again, it's been running for over 3,000. Let's go see again. 3,489 hours that this particular simulation has been running. So basically, it's just running and running and running on my mega server, brought to you by the awesome people over here at G Portal. I appreciate them sponsoring the channel. They are the best. And that is what's running all of this. What power are you using? I'm using a combination of fluid power, turbo fuel, and atomic power right now, or nuclear power. It is running everything right now, and again, I've finished the entire game in my previous playthrough with only 30 to 40,000 power, and I could probably do it with 20,000 easily. And you can see that I do have a bunch of radar towers and whatnot. Now, eventually, I'll get back to my primary base where you can see that. And again, I could finish the game right now because you can see I'm in phase 5, and I could have finished it many times already along the way. Because what I do is I use the power of time. The thing about the server is that I can let it run 24/7. So it can just build a backlog of resources. I come in, boom, I've got tons of resources. That doesn't mean I've been playing for 3,000 plus hours on this particular playthrough. Probably my time is more like a couple hundred hours, where the server is running for exponential amount of time. And that's using the power of time. So when I'm sleeping, it's making me resources, which is awesome. That's what makes servers amazing. So we put our radio tower here, and we're just running around grabbing some more Mercer Spheres for our future stuff. We got a couple more here. Let's see how many we actually have in there. We got about 12 more. And again, we have upgraded all of our stuff. We've already did all of the hub and all of that. Again, I played through 40, 50 more times. I can't remember. I played it since the game originally came out. I played every single update. And I also have already finished the early access version and also finished the release version of the game. So remember, it's not my first time playing. Right now, we are transitioning from building what we call square boxes or very efficient factories so that my factory runs so efficient, I don't need 100,000 power. I don't need 10,000 plates. I don't need all of that production because remember, efficiency first. Now, again, as your official corporate trainer, I'm telling you, watch out because if you are inefficient, there is another department that lasers you from space. So watch out for that. That's why there's no other pioneers on this planet other than you because they were very inefficient. But you're going to be efficient like me and get the job done. Now, I'm also going to show you how to mega build, which is inefficient but also beautiful along the way. So once you get to this point, you're good to go. And I just go ahead and unlocked everything, and then now we're building at that mega level where we're just building for fun, right? We're building to make it beautiful. We're building to make it awesome, as opposed to just being very efficient along the way. So that's the most important thing. That's the most important thing as well. How much are you producing? Oh, power right now? Not very much. Again, I don't need very much power. You can see right now I'm producing around 40,000 power. And basically I can finish the game right now. I have all the resources I need to finish the game. Easy. I could have finished it weeks and weeks ago. Or months ago. Absolutely. But again, I'm only using 40,000. Now, why am I being so efficient? Well, see, the first thing you do is you only need about 10 boxes of each basic resource, all the way up to around aluminum to finish the entire game. That's all you need to do. So you need 10 boxes of each thing. Boom, finish the game. Because each time after that, you can then use those resources to build the next part of the process, unlock that next part, unlock the next part, nuclear power, run your nuclear power, get your nuclear power up and running. Then you can get you your plutonium power if you want to do that, your turbo fuel, your rocket fuel, all of that stuff can be done. Now, at this point, I am starting mega building. And mega building, I feel, is an earned thing. I never play in creative mode. I never do all of that. I like to earn the right to build mega build, where you get in and you're putting in lights and fancy things and angled doorways and glass windows and all of that kind of fun stuff, where you're taking it to a whole nother level than just building square boxes and whatnot. I don't typically do it early in the game because I don't have all the resources, and I find it takes more time to go back and upgrade and upgrade and upgrade your belts and upgrade your stuff than it is just to progress through the game. And again, in my previous playthrough, I have finished the entire game with about 30 to 40,000 power, and I know I could probably do it with 20,000. I could easily finish the entire game and complete your mission here on the planet with about 20,000 power, because I can let the power run, I can let the stuff go, and when it's full, when it's done making all those resources, it automatically backlogs and automatically turns all those processes off. Which means I don't even need a priority switch, because I played before there was priority switches. I played before there was zooping, before there was hypertubes. I put down thousands of foundations one at a time. I'm that old school of a Satisfactory player, everybody. This is one of my favorite games of all time. I feel like they absolutely home run this game and just did a phenomenal job. So now we're just playing for fun. This is the fun part as well. Oh, we got 10 minutes till it restarts. It restarts itself every night at midnight on its own. So we've got our mission done here. We've got that in there to fill up that little bit of gap that we had right there. And again, all the radar towers are kind of telling us, obviously we need a radar tower over here, maybe up here in this left corner as well. Just going to put radar towers down so we know where every single node is. We're going to try to tap every single node, but know that we will be hitting our build limit eventually. There is a point in which your machine is going to be dragged to its knees, because it does let you push the game that far, where you absolutely are going to get like 3 frames a second. You can actually keep going. There you go. Yes, well, I'm just explaining. You're asking how much power I'm producing. You're asking what my plan is and all of that, and that's why I'm explaining those things. And it's kind of a cyclical thing. So what I do is I explain why I'm doing it and then bring it back to where I started. So that's why I say it multiple times. Also, I'm partially disabled. I am not all there anymore, everybody. I do have a really bad sleep apnea and insomnia, as well as a constant dizziness all the time. So if I do repeat myself, roll with it, because it's not hurting you. So don't be entitled. So just go with it. Don't be disrespectful in the chat, or you will be gone like this. I don't mess around. I'm not your papa. So if you're going to be disrespectful, you're going to be gone, just like that. Because again, if you're either an adult still doing that, or you're a child, watch out, because people don't want to put up with your crap. I don't know if you're being disrespectful or you just don't understand that that kind of thing can be misconstrued as being disrespectful. So keep that in mind when you're in my chat. My chat rules are very simple. Just be respectful to me and be respectful to the peeps in the chat. All right, let's go ahead and keep on rocking. We're going to go down here and see what we got. Well, bam. And I like to run around and do all this. Again, even though I don't need all of these resources here as well. But again, one of my favorite things is to... Oh, there's some other thing here. Get me. Damaging fix-it property. Uh-oh, where'd my thing go? Let's run up here. There we go. Over here as well. There we go. Oh, and here comes the Kismet love train. Thank you very much for bringing that love in. I appreciate it. Who was that awesome person? Zombie Wags coming in, bringing that love. 9 months of sub love. Show him some love in the chat, everybody. Appreciate you. How you been, Zombie? I appreciate you chilling out in the channel. Again, having some fun. Just doing a little bit of exploring over here. We need 10 megawatts. I think we have more than 10 megawatts. So we could definitely give this just like that. There we go. Very nice. And again, wow, that seems... Oh, it's this one up here at the top that's getting me. I was like, that one seems a bit far away. This one over here. Take this. That never stops being fun, because you didn't used to be able to do that, everybody. It's fun every single time, for sure. Very, very fun. All right, let's go ahead and keep going on. What else we got as well? Let's see if we got anything hidden in the bushes. Anything hidden back here. Again, I don't really need any of these resources, but you know, it's kind of like I'm like the planet's janitor as well, going around picking up all this mess that the corporation has made. Now, again, in 1.1, you'll be able to take this out. I'm still playing in the release version, 1.0. Look at this, everybody. They do some really great world building in here as well. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff. I like how you switch between the different biomes. Very fun as well. All right, more immersive spheres is what we need. And that's what we're going to try to find here. Let's go back this way. Again, that's just kind of like a side mission that we did to put some more of those radar towers down. Let's head over this way. Oh, this way. Oh, it's right there. I see it. Now, also, we can pull the smaller one out. Just run it over here. And then let's see what this guy's all about here. Let's go. Come on. Come and get me. Right here. Later, sucker! It never stops being fun every single time. Oh, there's a immersive sphere down there, too. I can see it down there. So, again, I can kill him, or I can just let him jump off the side because he's a bonehead. Literally a bonehead. All right, and this one's already multi-connected there, so we'll just go ahead and use our little power lines here as well. And we're just gonna work our way down. Hey, if we can see one, why not just go easy mode? That's usually how I do it. I use the smaller ones so they're not using up as much resources, but it's not like I'm hurting for resources at this point. And then right up there. All right. Hey, man, we're rocking these immersive spheres. Any other ones? Not that I see. You never know. You might move one direction or another direction, and it could kick in. We're going to use this like an elevator. They got elevators coming, everybody. Again, 1.1, we got a bunch of updates. Going to be awesome. Again, not playing the experimental version this particular time. Sometimes I do. But I think I'm going to wait and enjoy the release version of it instead. Okay, where else could we go where we haven't been and put in a radar tower? Kind of feel like we got this covered. All of this area covered nicely. We did miss out on down here. There's probably some down there, though I think I went pretty thoroughly through there and got a whole bunch. I think the area that we're in still has a whole bunch here. Yeah, 20 more around this area. So I kind of feel like maybe we want to go up in there. Wow, look at how many iron nodes are out here. Like iron.com out here in the desert. Man, I never even thought about how many iron nodes are out there, but that is a crazy ton of iron nodes. Some of these are pure nodes, too. Yeah, holy mackerel. If you want to make yourself a lot of stuff out of iron, well, you know where to go now. There you go. Yeah, I probably want to put one here. I'm amazed I don't have one down here. But I probably just never got around to it. And then up here at the top as well. So maybe we'll kind of swing through here. How many we got in here? 14. And then this is 20. So we'll kind of keep moving our way through here. Maybe swing through here. Try to put something right there. We can go ahead and take out our little marker now. Move that stamp out of there. So ultimately, let's say we want to end up. And again, I can do measurement like this, where I just go on the screen itself, and then I measure out where I want that to be. Let's say, yeah, again, you can look at the distance here and have it overlap. And let's say right there, and then, maybe when I have to go out to get it, there we go. And then we're going to highlight that stamp, which is going to help us get there as well. Okay, forward we go. Let's go, everybody. Let's keep on rocking. Down here. Actually, we just take this one out now. And we'll go ahead, build this over this bridge. Oh, look out, look out. Ooh. And I find I can take these out, everybody, but it just ends up where they just come back anyway. But, I'll blow a few of them up just for fun. Really. There we go. Wow, that totally missed it. 60 seconds. Let's see if we can blow this up. Grab this here. Now, you don't want to be floating when you go out of the server and come back. And so we're going to go ahead and land right there. And then we're going to go to the main menu while the server goes ahead and restarts. There you go. That's a lot of fun right there. Everybody went and grabbed some more Mercer Spheres for some future production that we're going to be doing. We've still got to go back. We're going to work on some of our, again, mega extraction, because we're on extraction part 2. Because extraction is where it all starts, everybody. That's where you really get the amount of how much of this I can make and how much of that I can make based on the amount of stuff that you're actually extracting from those nodes. Now, of course, at the level that I'm at, I can overclock every node. I have enough resources to tap every single thing until I run out of build limit. And then basically go and do everything in the game. That's basically the purpose of this particular playthrough, is to do everything that we possibly can, tap every node, do everything to the extreme, and show you guys how to do advanced building, which we're going to do when we come back. So let's go ahead and also put some fun for you guys in here. Now, if you are watching me on another platform other than Twitch, because I do stream to 6 different platforms at the same time. I'm streaming to Twitch, which I'm a Twitch partner. Also to YouTube. I'm also a YouTube partner over there. To Kick, to Trovo, to Facebook, and what's the other one? Twitter is the other one. So if you're watching me anywhere else, you can't do the words on stream. I'm sorry, don't blame me. That's the limitation of the game. But if you pop over to twitch.tv/Kismet, you can descramble the words while I take a quick break while we're waiting for the server to restart. Then I shall be back. We're going to do some advanced building. We're going to look for some more Mercer Spheres first. Then we'll run back. We're going to start doing some more advanced building using our highest end blueprinter. And then, of course, start to work on our next most important extraction. After we work a little bit on our aluminum, because we're going to need our aluminum later on. But I really don't need to do aluminum if you think about it, because eventually I'm going to pull all of the belts from previous out, which is going to produce a lot of surplus aluminum because I've done it. Now, I don't have any other processes up, everybody. There's no other stuff making me plates or rods or all of that stuff, because I made a bunch of it. I made 10 boxes of it, and then I don't need any of that production at all because I have it backlogged. I have a backlog of all those resources, so I have as much as I need. And I didn't go in creative mode and just give myself the stuff. I went, let it run, let it backlog. GG's, you're good. That's it. Again, all the way up to aluminum. 10 boxes of backlog of all those resources from the very beginning, plates and rods and so on, and wire and so on. 10 boxes of that. Let it run on the server. Come back, and you're good. You can finish the entire game. Easy. Easy mode. But again, I'm going to show you some advanced building, how to use your blueprints, all that kind of stuff, and also how to do modular building, and then eventually bring it into a gigantic mega base. And that's what we're working on now. All right, let's go ahead and start this up, everybody. I got to press some buttons and flip some switches over here to make it run. Over here. There we go. And again, descramble the words. If I see you guys working together, come back and shower you with a bunch of Kiscats, which will allow you to be part of the giveaways in the future. So again, you have a higher chance of winning. So here we go. Back in just a bit. everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at you guys go. How many more you need? Oh, you already got it. Let's see if we can get them all. I'm going to try to help you. Rita. What? R-E-G-H? I don't know. R-E-G-T? I just throwing letters together. You already got all the other words that I would have maybe got. Nice job, chat. Nice job working together. Love to see it. Pretty awesome, for sure. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of kids cats. Look at you guys all working together. Nice job. Give you a little bit extra for a ton of peeps working together there. Again, remember to save those for giveaways. We've got a lot of giveaways coming up right now. Raising funds for a project I'm working on called the Vault Van Life. If you're a Fallout fan like me, I'm going to build a van very much like you see where people get a van. They build it out. They use it for traveling. And that's what I plan to do. Of course, it's a long-term project. It's one of the largest projects I've ever done, other than raising funds for charity. I'm going to, again, raise funds to get a van, build it out, and then drive it around to all the gaming locations, to gaming headquarters, all of that kind of stuff, conventions and TwitchCons and things of that nature. Just travel around, have a good time, taking, of course, you all with me on a virtual adventure together. So, again, that's my big thing. Now, again, remember, put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me so I know that everything is working because, you know, this stream goes off the rails left and right all the time. Let's get back to some Satisfactory. Now, we are mega building tonight, everybody. Having a good time. I'm always bummed when I miss out on my Satisfactory day. That is for sure. That is for sure, for sure. Oh, let me click over here. Make sure that my chat is working over there. Again, put a 1 in the chat, everybody. Uh-oh. No one's putting 1 in the chat. Uh-oh. I hope my chat didn't break. Let me know. Let me know in the chat. All right, we left off. We were running along here, grabbing some Mercer spheres. So I think we're going this way. Oh, I think I see something on the other side there. Let's get it going. Yeah, Sita and Zombie and Unforgiven. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Give you some more caps for having my back in the chat. I appreciate all the people who do. Oh, we got some radiated zombies over here. Oh, and there is a Mercer sphere this way somewhere. Maybe underneath there. Look at them. Look at them. Now, these are the ones that get rowdy and sometimes send little rocks hurling toward me. Look at this cool little spot. Ah, with the little geyser. Neato. Sometimes I rediscover all these little spots as well. Says it's that way. Oh, right there. I can see it. All right, cool. We'll make some things go boom. We'll go ahead and build a little side down here. Build a little side. Come on. Build a little one. Nope, little one. You got this. Come on. There you go. Put that right in the water because I'm sure running electricity in the water is not dangerous at all. It is, everybody. Don't do that. That's dangerous. Totally missed it. Awesome. I call hacks on that one, but whatever. We'll just shoot it. It's actually easier to shoot these. What you want to do is make sure you have a full clip, though, first before you shoot. Just in case it doesn't register. There we go.
Your waves lap at our shores. When will you land?
I will land when I feel like it. All right, Mercer sphere down. Now, sometimes it still registers that Mercer sphere, and so you got to give it a second, and then it now can show me a new one. Let's grab this, run this over here. I see there's some resources laying on the ground here. Over that way somewhere. And then again, over here. Now, again, normally I use the smaller one. Oh, yeah, okay. We got a little radiated guy over here. And now they also have ones where you can throw it, and it just knocks them off the side. That's really fun as well. But I like to troll them a little bit. Like so. Oh, there's definitely some radiation around here somewhere. You. That's called line of sight. Really need better ammo for this. Getting a little radiated. I don't know where this radiation is, but dang, it's getting me. Around there somewhere, probably underneath, or it could be the actual mob itself. I'm just going to go in here and grab some stuff. Again, you can go in here and take a hit. Might be in here. Oh, it needs some power. And this bottom connection is not working so good today. There we go. Reload. So it's probably off the side, just underneath the area here. Sometimes that's where the node is. We'll just go off the side and check. Nope, doesn't look like it. Might have been just the mob. Yeah, see the mob went away, and now we no longer have the radiation. All right, nice. Oh, there we go. Got to go out and come back in. Get another hard drive there. Now, we're not using any alternate recipes or anything like that yet. We will get to those. We're going to get in real deep into alternate recipes and why to use what with what. I can actually play through the whole game without any alternate recipes. They're just to make it more convenient. And you can use certain resources for doing the same thing. Though I rarely ever find that I need the alternate recipes. Most of the time, it's like, meh. Meh. You can see I'm just kind of cleaning out my inventory of just kind of this low-level stuff. I put some of our ammo back. Oh, our ammo filled back up again. All that other stuff we'll just hold on to. We already tried this? No. This, I think it's full. Yes, okay. Good enough. Okay, ooh, it became nighttime. Ooh, look at this cool shot. Wow. Beautiful. The silhouetting background there. Neato. Neato, neato. All right, back to our immersive sphere that we were looking for. Back this way somewhere. Maybe down. I feel like it might be down. Put something down here. Take that one out. Just because no need to have a redundant thing here. Oh yeah, definitely down. Oh, there it is right there. Just lucked out on it. Get a free hit in. Totally missed. Yeah, double up. Whoa, okay, it was moving. They doubled up. I love it when they double up. Makes my job easier. Now again, I could just shoot them. But sometimes using the thing that goes boom is more fun. Just like that. There we go. Okay, and again, another immersive sphere here. Very nice.
Compose it into a block song.
Compose it into a block song. What if I want to do a love song? Do my immersive spheres. Uh-oh, bad move. First take that out so it doesn't make more. Wow, I actually got him that time. All right. See, I went charging in, and there was a bunch of baddies there. That's how you get killed right there. And we don't need to grab them all. Look at how many of them are around. You can see them all lit up in there. Oh, there's a purple one way up there. But we're good. Oh, there's another one over this way. All right, they're easy to get, and I don't have to really go out of my way. I'll just grab them. Over here, another easy one. Waterfall. Oh, from way up there. Cool. And again, we're just going on a bit of adventure. Looking for some Mercer spheres and stuff. We're going this way. Oh, did we not put the thing there? I thought we did. Oh, I got to re-highlight it because we restarted the server. Okay, we're going that way. So let's grab this one and we shall go in this direction. So we're kind of going in a certain direction and we're also looking for Mercer spheres at the same time. Oh, okay, feel free not to build it. There we go. And we're just making a bunch of towers. Now again, you can use the smaller one, which is going to be way easier. There's a Mercer sphere somewhere there. I bet it's going to end up being underneath. Most of the time, they like to be sneaky and be underneath. That's definitely feels like spiders to me. Or no, we got that guy there. Watch this as I just jukes in, grab it. Hopefully before he notices me. Too slow, bro. Oh, right there. Okay, so yeah, this one's up on top. Sweet. Again, I find it's easier to use your weapon. Clear these. Definitely, before you start shooting, make sure you got a full clip. It doesn't always register, I find. I missed some of that loot back there, but oh well. Now remember, there's only a finite amount of Mercer spheres in the game.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant.
There's more over here. Okay. Oh, we've been up there. Cool. Oh, hello. Easy mode. Hey, going this way. Again, I let the loot guide me. Oh, right here. Easy. Them goodies up there, too. Anything way up here on the top? Using the power of verticality, everybody. Ah, purple one up there. I could just sense it. All right, let's use one of the smaller ones. I'm just running a power system throughout the whole world. Allows me to move around, do whatever I want to do. Get it before it comes out of there. Where those things are really hard to get because the crosshair doesn't actually always work. Man, look at this. Holy mackerel, we got a bunch of these guys. We got one there. And we got one we could just stairway our way down. Another one over there. Man, a lot of these guys. Right over there. All right, well, we know where we're going, huh? We know where we're going. Let's see. More yellows over there. Oh, there we go. I thought there was another one around here. Right there. Okay, so we got that one. Now we're going to go down and get this one. Now, the yellow ones yield more power things, so we're working on those as well. Though I do have hundreds of them already. If we're going to do every node, it's going to definitely take a lot of these. And then I'll also show you how to double these up, which is definitely what you want to do. So you have to collect less of these. And I probably have more than enough now anyway. I don't even know how many of these I have in there, but it's quite a lot. I like to put them away in the Dimensional Depot. Same thing with my Mercer spheres. just in case I died. If I don't care about the resources here, I could just leave them out there and just go pick up more resources and also remake all of this. I've already made a bunch of extras of these. In case I do die, I can just use those to get back and get my original loot if I need it. And if I'm not, I can just keep rocking and rolling onward. Speaking of onward, let's find out where this Mercer Sphere is. That way. Over that way. We're getting up here in the cliffs now. Let's get this, and we'll run this across over to there. We'll just keep working our way across. Now, the great thing about nighttime, it's a bit easier to see stuff. Like I can see there's a purple guy over there. And sometimes easier to see your Mercer Spheres. Up or down? Back this way. Oh, it's down. Oh, that might be it right down there. Get wrecked. I like it. I like it. And again, thanks everybody for coming in, hanging out in the chat. Thank you, Cedar, for the one. I appreciate that over there on YouTube as well.
Live, laugh, consume.
Live, laugh, consume. Pretty much what I do. She nailed it. She got it right on the head there. All right, this way. Another one. All right, we'll just take a little detour here. Now these I would put closer together, but you can't really send them as far. There it is. Oh, got detected. Put this over here by it. Let's see if we can just sneak on in here and grab it before they get to us. He's gonna run toward me and try to get me, but I'm already gone. He gone. All right, out there. Look at this, everybody. Again, this is all handcrafted, everybody. Very, very cool. Big love to the Satisfactory team for just absolutely crushing it. Okay, we're still going in this direction. Gonna go put a tower over here somewhere. Oh, another other area here that we did. And I'm gonna come back to these areas and clear every one of these out. Little motors. Over there, circuit boards is what that was. What we got down here? Yeah, some aluminum casing. I actually use some of those. Yeah, some frames. Hitting E to get rid of all the leaves. What we got in here? Oh, that one just opened it up. All right, easy. I've got so many of these hard drives, everybody, and I haven't used any of them. Got 20 of them in there. Again, I don't typically use alternate recipes because I don't need to. If I'm just trying to finish the game, boom, go to the end of the game, finish the game, done. I know I just made that sound simple, but I mean, when you play through as many times as me, you basically are very efficient at it. Very, very efficient. Again, I'm going to tell you all my secrets here. I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, I got to hide all my secrets because I don't want anybody to know how I did it. I feel like it's fun to collaborate and say, look, this is how I did it. And then you can say, well, I did it this way too. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Always cool to iterate on stuff and make it more better, I guess, or more fun. I snuck down here so those guys couldn't see me down here. And we're still going in this direction. How are we looking? We're doing good. We're right here. So we're still moving in that direction. Watch out for these guys shooting at me. And we'll go this way. Eventually want to end up over there. And we'll just put those real close, and then those go way further, and you can kind of pre-do them to go across. Now, again, there's going to be a gap sometimes in between, so that's why you want to go up a bit higher. So if you all of a sudden lose power, which sometimes happens, well, it didn't do it on that one, but sometimes you'll lose power and you'll fall down. Also says there's a Mercer sphere around here somewhere, this way, in this direction. Another one of those things. We're here. We might as well get her going. No match for the man. These mobs, which were once very deadly at the beginning of the game, easy mode now. Alright, we got some rotors. Some other goodies there. Some screws. Rods. Alright, a little bit of goodies. Plates there. Some basic stuff. We got to put some rotors in there. Alright, that's easy. More hard drives. Again, you want to spend some time doing this too, so you can build all this up, especially if you're going to put it in the MAM, so you can unlock more cool stuff, like the floating jetpack, which I have, and other cool things that you can unlock along the way. Highly recommend definitely going on some adventures. All right, still going this way. And I thought there was a Mercer sphere nearby here. This way. Okay, in the direction we want to go. How convenient. Oh, look, I already have power over here. Hope I went past it. Back this way. Oh, it's underground. Underground or up above? Yes, it's underground down there in some sort of cave. And we could work our way down to potentially, or we could just say, nah, we're good. We'll just keep going this way. Again, the ones that are really tough to find, I usually don't spend time doing it. In this particular playthrough, though, we're going to try to get every single one over time. Not right today. We'll get them over time. We'll come back and try to find the really tricky ones that are hiding underground somewhere. Let's keep moving in this direction. Fred down there doing his thing. You see, we've definitely been through here. Probably getting all the Mercer spheres. It looks like I got a lot of loot through here. I can tell because there's no loot. That's how I can usually tell where I've been. All the loot is gone. I'm just running this down the road for fun. There's kind of like a little dirt road here, which is kind of leading us in this direction. Ah, Summer Sloop and Mercer Sphere nearby as well. Let's grab this here, put this up here. The baddies down there, but I don't see any up here. So we will take a Summer Sloop for sure. Okay, Mercer Sphere over this way. Out into there somewhere. Probably the gassed island, I would guess. That's an easy guess, but that'd be my big guess. All right, where are you? Go that way? Well, maybe not even there. Maybe up over there. That seems a little far away for being down there. Let's run it over this way. Let's see. Oh, right here on the edge. Come on. Oh, I put it right over the top of it. Nice. Hiding in the ground there. Again, I go around, wipe them all out, but why? I don't need to. Just grab the thing I need. All right, and I need to go in this direction. Let's just put this up here. Where do we want to put this? Again, everybody, if you didn't know, now I could just fly up there, but if you didn't know, as long as it's not exactly straight up, you can actually use the thing to go upward. Because most people think of zip lines as going down. But in this case, because it's powered, it's actually powering your way up into that upper level, which is cool. I just recently discovered that. I never thought of doing it, because most of the time I just use my hover pack anyway. But very cool to discover new stuff, I find. Again, we're trying to make it over there, but I see there's a Mercer sphere up here somewhere. We'll just keep working our way across. Most of the time, I'm just trying to eyeball wherever it's at so I can just go straight to it. Maybe over this way somewhere. Right there. You can't shoot these things, you gotta blow them up. Which, I don't know why, what the mentality of that is. Shoot them with your gun, but whatever. We'll do a 3 for 3. Bye-bye. Another Mercer sphere. Yay! I mean, we have more than what we need, but we're here. Let's do it. All right. We're going to go this way. We'll throw that there. Now we're going to go down into the lower part, which is way down there. Any more Mercer spheres up here while we're at it? That way. Over there somewhere. Let's go this way a bit first. And every time I use these resources, the dimensional depot is putting it back in again. And I hear it. There it is. All right, down we go. So the stuff on the sides like this is very often not guarded, so you can get these much easier than you could other stuff. Actually, we just have some fun. Now watch out when you're going straight down like this, because it'll just rocket you right into the ground, and bam, you're dead. How do I know? Because I've done it many times. That's how I know. All right, any Mercer spheres down here? No. All right, we're going in this direction. Cutting across this kind of plateau garden area. Look at those cool fountain things over there, or geysers. Very neato. And go in here. And up we go. Now he's just being dramatic. Dramatic there. All right, dramatic flipping around. All right, what do we got up here? A little bit of this, a little bit of biofuel. Again, in the very beginning of the game, you can just go around and collect a bunch of stuff. As you can see, there's a bunch of resources all over the place. It's going to be a lot harder to get up here, of course, because you won't have the ability to fly. But the second you get this jetpack, everybody, or the hover pack is what it's called, right over here, You can basically use your existing power and just run your power lines, which you most likely have a lot of resources by that stage, where you can just make power lines all day long and be able to get wherever you want to go, which I think is very, very fun. Let's put that there. This is another thing I don't use all that much, so I'm trying to use it more just for fun. Okay, let's put our tower down. We can go ahead again. Let's look at it now, like this. And then we're going to put our tower down. We're going to try to discover some of this part here and overlap it with the one that we already have. And because we already brought the power along with us, all we have to do, well, we can try anyway if this thing wants to be on point today. And then there we go. So now we just discovered all of that. And we can also look over here, and there's 12 more Mercer spheres in here. But I think we're good on Mercers for right now. Let's see how many we got. All right, again. Go ahead, get in the search. Mercer spheres. 23. All right, that ought to get us going. And we even have a summer sloop as well. Let's throw that in there. Again, just in case I do die, I will have this all safely in the dimensional depot, and all the rest of this stuff is meh. Meh. I can always get all of this again. It's not mission critical, and I probably have boxes and boxes of most of that anyway. Okay, so we got that done. Now, time to go back to the mega base. It just so happens that I did a big circle there, everybody. I went out this way, circle back again, which puts me pretty close to my mega base. It puts me really close to my oil pickup over here, so I can just head in that direction. Let me go ahead and take out my little stamp here. If I can click on it, sometimes it's really awkward because you can't click on the thing behind the thing. So awkward. Zoom out, maybe. Nope. Awkward. Okay, let's go over here and see if we can find other. No. Players, no. Resources. No. Dismantle crates. Where can I find this? This is players. This is me right there. Portal storage, the hub. Where's my stamps? There's no stamps in here. Why don't they have stamps in here? It didn't even dawn on me till just now. Yeah, see, I can't click the stamp because the radar tower is in the way. Oh, well. We'll just leave it. Okay. Too much work for me to do it, so I'm out of here. Maybe get another radar tower in here. Where's our radar tower for all of this? I think down here. Oh, that's space elevator. Going out to about this node. So yeah, I need another one right about here. So on our way to our trains, we could make another one, say right there. And nope, stop doing that. I'll put 2. Didn't want to put 2. Highlight stamp. There we go. Let me see if I can try this highlighting technique. There we go. The second I removed the highlighting, it came to the front because I removed the highlighting because I highlighted this one and then allowed me to get rid of it. Okay, now we know what direction to go. Let's go ahead and check and see again. Any Mercer spheres? No. All right, let's run our power line over this way, and we'll grab one of these guys in the way. Or on the way. You can't get me because I'm flying like a bird. No more Mercer spheres. But we do got something over here we can wipe out. Again, this is the whole adventure part of the game. That you just kind of run around. You can collect resources. These are really great to get you started. As well. Kind of backpedal to line them up. But see, like, the bullets just go through them most of the time, which is kind of annoying, but I don't know, maybe one day they'll fix it. a dude here somewhere too. Where you at, guy? Over there. Getting geared up is fun. Now, eventually, by the way, everybody, we're going to be making every single thing in the game. Everything that you can automate, we're going to do it. So that's also what we're working toward. But sometimes you need to take some time, run around, and grab loot. Always a good kind of break from building your factories. Though I do love building me some factories, I'm not going to lie. And I do like playing games like this that makes me have to think out of the box sometimes. Look at that. A whole bunch of stuff in there. I bet you there's something in there. Purple guy in there. I think we're good on those for now. I usually grab them if it's convenient for me to grab them. If it's not convenient, then I'm just like, meh. I had it there for just a second. All about finding that right spot. Up we go. I already did this one. Back that way somewhere. Not gonna worry about it. Box right over there. I'm always looking at what resources are nearby. And we need ourselves another tower. Oh, look at all this uranium over here. Not a uranium node, but it is some uranium. We're going to go ahead and throw our radio. We're going to take this out first this time, make our life easier. Remove that first, and then put in our radar tower. I've actually already been here. I can see that I have my power lines run. So we're going to turn that on and see what it shows. It shows nothing. Oh, because it's not really powered. These power lines are disconnected somewhere. So I'm just going to connect it over here, and now it's going to be connected. It's only showing us the bauxite, which is a pure bauxite there. A little bit of oh, wow, look at all these resources over here. Yeah, a lot of iron over there. So you can pretty much start anywhere in the game, everybody, and make your way through it, I think. And then, of course, then reach out to any other resources. Some places are going to be tougher than others because, say you start right here where you're going to have a lot of iron and some coal and stuff, but you're not going to have too much SAM ore. So you have to run way over here, grab some SAM ore and whatnot. And the way we can see all the nodes, again, is through the radar towers. We can see that this radar tower has 12 over there of our immersive spheres. And this one over here has 5 left. That means I really spent some time getting that. Okay, and now we just happen to be by where our trains are running. So we can go ahead and let's go ahead and tap into whichever one we did last, this one. And we're going to work our way. And let's just go toward our oil here. Have some fun. Going here. Easy. Ah, hello, my little summer sloop. Sitting up here this whole time. Look how close I was to it, and I never saw it up here. Then again, I wasn't looking for it, so that also is probably a thing as well. I feel like I want to put that right on top of there. Whoa! He tried to get me, but I moved just in time. Bye-bye. Now, the cool thing is if I ever want to get back up here, I could just use the lift to lift myself back up to get up to the top. So it's possible to do even if you don't have the hover pack to build yourself a whole transport system to get around. Now, as you can see, everybody, I do have, again, some blueprints here. They're all on priority switches. And, of course, this is my oil extraction going into a buffer here. Actually, this is what we... Oh, I can't slide under. Should be able to slide under here somewhere. Nope, apparently not. Apparently not. But I can actually access it from out here as well. You can see that when it needs to, it's extracting that crude oil, but it's probably got a backlog. And I went in and made blueprints for each of those where I could just attach it. I align it perfectly to the node using its own grid, and then I go in and put that blueprint in there to extract it. We're going to be replacing all of these blueprints with a more mega style building it, where they're a bit more fancy, but they're going to serve the same purpose, which is to extract the resources and run them up here for my use on my oil power or fuel power. And you can see I've got them all labeled. Fred over here, of course, guarding it for us. Then we can go ahead and take our hypertube right up here after our giant adventure that we went on. Again, I have mine up really high because my trains never have to go up or down. They're just nice and flat. They get where they need to go and they come right back. But we're going to be building some super elaborate stuff along the way. But right now we're focusing on the first part of the process, which is extraction. And I ran out of aluminum, but I can go ahead and get it going. Now you can see I actually have a two-way track here. Now I can make that a one track, by the way, and so you can have it just a two track when it goes into the station, and then go back and then combine it into a one track. But eventually you'd have to have it where it has kind of turnout, so one train could go out while the other train is going by, and then it could then get on the thing. You can set all that up. I find it's easier just running two lines, and then you have your tracks coming and going. And you can see that one back there is stopped. Actually, it shouldn't be stopped. It should be over here. But I could, what I'm doing there is I'm spreading them out so that it's delivering them in an even way. So as this one moves forward into the train thing here, you can see this one's now being released and coming this way. It looks like it's on the wrong side of the track. What the? It was a ghost train. That was a ghost train, everybody. That was freaky. There should be nothing coming this way. Ooh, it's a ghost. Ooh. But this is my power oil pickup. This is for my fuel generation. It's over here just picking this stuff up. A little glitchy today. Little glitchy. But it happens. Now you can ride in the train or on the train. I like to ride on the train myself. So I can watch it load and unload. There we go. Little glitchy. Little freaky freaky. All right, away we go. Now, trains are awesome for picking up and delivering stuff. They can pick up mass quantities of stuff and bring it back, so you can backlog it over there and then keep it going. It's a bit tougher because the inputs and outputs don't seem to go as fast as if you just ran a line. Running a line is much more involved, though, because it uses a lot more resources, and it takes a lot longer to make that, but it would run more consistently than a train would run. Belts and pipes do, but I love the trains. The trains are awesome, everybody. That's why I call this game a 12 out of 10. Absolutely. And then it's going to go ahead and bring this right into the station. It's going to take this oil out of here. I'm just going to jump off at this point. And it's going to take all that oil and run it into my fuel production over here, which is producing a bunch of fuel and turbo fuel. Over here are my batteries. If you missed that earlier, this is what these are 7,500 watts. Each of those towers, one is online battery backup and one is offline battery backup. Should I run completely out of power, I can flip that other one on and keep that going. And you can see I build in a very efficient style, just as boxes, to be efficient, because that's what you're supposed to be doing. Being very, very efficient. But the stage we're in now, we're building more advanced, and you're going to see that here in just a moment. When we go ahead and we work on that. Oh, I was going to work on my aluminum first. Let's go work on aluminum first. We're just going to build a small little aluminum plant to do a bit of our aluminum, so in case we do run out, we'll have a bit of a backlog. And we know that we have a Boxrite node right out here, so we're going to go ahead and let's put a little marker there as well. Let's say right there. And then I can go ahead. Oh, I'm going to take this one out. And I'm going to highlight that. And you can see I use these markers a lot to just give me a general direction of which way I want to go. It's way over there. I'm going to go ahead and wait for a train. No, I'll just make my own train. I'll make my own special train just for me. And try not to run into other trains. Now, even if I make a train just for me, it still works the signals. You can see I have what's known as block signals. Most of the time, everybody, all you really need is block signals. Block signals is enough to get from A to Z. Now, I'm going to run on down over here. Another ghost train. And I'm going to go ahead and put the brakes on right about here. Very nice. I'll take my train off the track so that I'm not blocking the incoming trains that are going to come in behind me. And what I want to do is get that extraction right there. I can see I was doing that extraction at some point, and I was running that probably via train. I want to go ahead and lift that up higher now and have that run and utilize these same tracks over here to where I can run that aluminum back, and I'll make a separate train station just for the aluminum, for the Boxrite, and then build out all of the stuff I need for my aluminum. So if you missed that earlier, when I did do aluminum, you're going to get a whole nother refresher in aluminum. Now, one of the things I do is I have a blueprint right here that allows me to go ahead and put down these foundations. Then what I can do is go into build mode blueprint, and now it will snap to the blueprint that I already have. And so I can just go ahead and very quickly just run these foundations out. Now, in my day, everybody, I know it's like, you know, when I used to walk, you know, 15 miles to school both ways uphill. Basically, we had to do every foundation one at a time. But now we got blueprints, and blueprints are awesome. So these are among the first blueprints I do, is I make some for trains. That's what the red represents. And then I make some for other stuff that I'm producing. So we'll just get an idea of where we're going to bring that up. Yeah, right about there. So maybe one more. Right here. And just peeking off the side a little bit. I actually kind of feel like I could do my bigger one back here. Now I'm going to hit F and then hit R for blueprint mode. And I'm just going to take all those back out again. Because I have another blueprint in here, and all my blueprints, again, these are all available to my patrons over on patreon.com/Kismet. No matter of any level of support, everybody, you can go and get these blueprints and utilize them in your playthroughs. So there's a turnaround here, and then 5 wide train foundations, which I can go ahead and put in here. You can see that it's centered in there, and now, well, it was centered. Yes, there we go. Perfect. And now it's centered, and you can see that I've made it wider so I can put my train station down. Now, it's only going to pick up one resource here, but what I'm going to do to make it more efficient is I'm going to actually have it pick up from two different train cars. So I'm going to go ahead and put my foundations down here, like so. And we'll kind of put it right on the edge there. Now, by the way, in 1.1, they are going to make it where trains can just go right off the side. You'll need stoppers, so watch out for that. Coming up, again, I'm not playing in 1.1 yet. I am being very patient and waiting for it to come out in the stable version. Okay. Oh, I need a couple more foundations here. Let's just get a regular foundation. And we'll do a couple more for our second car here. There, it's going to be funny the second I load this up in 1.1 because all my trains are just going to go right off the end. It's going to be fun. Okay, so that's all I need to do, and you can see that my train station is going in that direction. Now, one of the things I'm going to do is just take the train tracks and run them back manually, like so. I like to align it to the foundations, but I do like it to go its maximum distance so you don't have too many small segments going on. And I like to run it right down the center. This way, if I get off the train or if I need to use a vehicle because I've lost power or whatever it is, we're all good. And that probably looks like good enough right there. And then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and create a junction right here, which it looks like I already did. See how I've got it right there and it goes into the curve. So since it already has the curve, I can just go ahead and run it out like that. Quick and easy. Now again, if I didn't have a cut there, I could just use a block signal and we'll create a cut in the line and then you could just run that out. But there we go. So now we automatically have this, and then what it did is it automatically made a switch over here. So you can see the switch is set to the left. In this case, I can turn it to the right, but the trains will automatically detect where they're going and automatically do the switches. So nothing I really need to do there. And so now, as you can see, I have power. That's because power runs on the train lines. And as I'm going along the train lines, again, that power will run all the way to the station. And then I can also use that power to run down to the extractors as well, which is what we'll do over here at the end. We'll find what side the thing is on this right side. And I like to go ahead and make myself a little spot like this. And then we'll get one of our power things. I always like the one with the ladder. That's just my personal preference. In case I do want to use the ladder. And then I'm going to bring this across to this. And now that has power. And then one of the things I do like to do is just attach the power to the side. Like that just makes it easier to run. And it's not as noticeable over there. And then I'm going to go ahead and take this, and run this down. Yeah, let's not get too close. Let's say right there. Works for me. And now what we want to do is do this extractor. Now this extractor is a Mark II, so we no longer need the Mark II. And we probably don't need any of the rest of this. We could go in and just take that out. Let's get that going on. We just hide our gun here. We don't need that for right now. I don't like to leave unnecessary resources and stuff that I built because it just brings your frames down, as well as it's just a waste of your resources just sitting there. I don't mind wasting it. Oh, no. We're starting to drop stuff. Oh, here we go. All right, let's get rid of the easy stuff out of the inventory. Not the dreaded boxes. I hate those boxes. We should have did some dropping off all this loot out of my inventory when we're back to the base. Oh well, we can always head back and do that. Okay, now I got to rebuild the thing here. So I have to go out and get this box. I hate these boxes. I don't like to see them anywhere. They trigger me. Let's get rid of them. All right, and then now we can take a bunch of this out. And again, you can see that at some point we did have our aluminum power running, our aluminum production running, but we no longer need it to go this way because we have a whole nother system that we built that's much better. And you can see we had our power runs run down the side. Sometimes you take just as much time taking it out as you do adding it in. All right, now we're back over here where we have some power. I'm just going to dismantle all of this stuff. I usually have one of these and one of those at every place in which I do extract. Move this power now. And all of this. All right, clean that up nicely. We can go ahead and take our little marker out now. We are all good. Look at that. Oh, wait, we missed something right there. Let's get it. There we go. Let's kind of look around and see if I missed anything. We're all good. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to decide how we want to line this up. Now, of course, I'm going to do some reimagining of nature here. Just to clear out a little bit of room around my node here. And also to have fun. Bye-bye. So basically just taking that stuff out. And that is biofuel, so you could keep it for biofuel if you want. I just, you know, do a little demolition to kind of clear the area. Now, what we want to do is, again, tie into this box right. This is a pure node. I didn't want to hit that. So we're going to get a massive amount of box right from there. Now, I'm going to show you how to align your stuff perfectly. Now, we need to also look and think about where we're going to be lifting it up to the top there. So we want to aim in that direction. In this way, and then lift up and go into those things up there, which I think accidentally I put them as fluid and not as cargo. We'll fix that later. But we're going to go in and basically get our Mark III miners, and we'll just kind of align it. Now, here's a great little trick, everybody. You can go in and somewhat align this to the world grid by holding down Control, and that's going to give you the angle of the world grid like this, right? And so holding down Control, putting down a foundation, I know what the angle of the world grid is, which is how my base is up here, right? So that base up there is all based on the world grid. Then I'll go ahead and put it down again and then try to align it somewhat more straight to it. But remember that each node, even if the nodes are close to each other, are on their own grid system that we're doing, just to show you how you can transition between a node grid and the world grid as well. All right, now for the cool part, everybody, how to align perfectly, by the way, not that other crappy way, but the perfect way to align your stuff to your extractors and make them look awesome by using the metal beam here. We can just go right over here. I'm just going to land on the ground, make this easy. Hold down Control, rotate forward with your mouse wheel so that it goes underneath it like that, and then it's facing nice and straight, right like that. And we left click, go to the side here a little bit. We go to where it's yellow, right? Then 1, 2, 3, 4. You've done it in one move. That's it. One move is all it takes. You don't have to put the thing down and then do the side thing and do all that, because that doesn't align it as well as this does. I'll show you right now. You go ahead, take your foundation, put that down, and as you see, this is now perfectly aligned to where this actually fits in to foundations exactly and perfectly correct. Yes, I figured that out on my own, everybody. It is much better than having the end of this go over the edge, because what I can do is I can go ahead and put a wall right there, or even better, I could go ahead and put a conveyor wall. But even better than that, I could go ahead and have something that's already pre-built and pop that down. Now I can also take all this other stuff out. I now have this aligned to where I want to put it down. But I could also try to lift it up a little bit and see if I can get away with it. Now, what I like to do when I am lifting it up like that is take out all these other ones. Remember, I'm always keeping it aligned, so I'm not putting it down just randomly. I'm using what pre-exists, like this. And then this one here. Now, at a certain point, when these rivets become higher, these rivets down here, when they become higher than the actual resource, then it will not let you put it on top. But what you can do is just RP in that you went in, you cut a hole through that foundation, and that's how it now is able to sit on top of there and drill through on the ground. Now, what we're also going to do is go ahead and use this as a foundation, and we're going to go ahead and do something like so. We're going to go ahead and go to our blueprints here, and we are going to go to our thing here. Well, if I can remember what the heck I called it. Oh, man, what did I call that? Plastics, fuel rods, basic factory groups, extractors. Here we go. Extractor foundation. So I have this square one that we did previously, and you can see I can go in and I can snap it in here and kind of try to line it up. But we actually have another one that we did that I need to find where I did with that. Train spiral, fuel rods, sulfur plastics, mega storage setup, mega extractor. There we go. That's the one we're looking for, mega extractor. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. We're going to then use that for alignment, and we're going to go mega extractor, which is way more elaborate than what we need, really, but we're going to go ahead and do it anyway. Oh, I have to switch these, by the way. I have to switch these while I'm doing this to the 1 meters because it's easier to line those up, and then I come back and put those down like that. That's because my the one I'm doing also has 1 meters, and they're just easier to align. Now, because I've already aligned this to the extraction, I can go ahead and rotate this around. Oh, I can see this one's actually back by 1 more, so I have to go back by 1 more over here. So we're going to go ahead and back by 1 more, take this out. Again, this is all still aligned to this as long as I'm going to put it in the same direction as I started. If I decide that I want to move it a little bit, then you have to do the whole process again to align it, get it all aligned, and then do all of that, and then use your blueprint to put it down. So again, mega extractor, because we're mega building, and then we hit H. Oh, actually, this wants to go in the other direction. Try that again. The arrow away from me. There we go. That looks pretty aligned. Let's go ahead and see how that works out. Now, one of the things that we want to do is to go in and see if we can go ahead and put the extractor in inside here. Now, sometimes it won't let you put it in there because it's not properly aligned or there's something blocking its use. Like in this case, I can take out this front window and this window here and see if that allows me to put it in. Nope, still has an issue going in there. But we can also improvise a little bit as well. We can just take this blueprint right back out again. We can take this and we can just run this forward like so. And then we can go ahead and put the miner down first like that. Again, there's always a way to work around, I find. And then take this out. There we go. So this is called build order. So if I can't put it in with my blueprint in there, what I can do is basically build it first, then take the blueprint, which it will let me put it down there, and that's because I can just hit H like that. And you can see that it's flashing, but it actually will let me build it. Like that. And so it's still sitting perfectly over the node, and now it's going to build it around it over here as well. Now the oranges went because I took stuff out, put it back in again. That orange will eventually go away. That orange is so obnoxious. I really wish I could turn that off. I really wish they would add the ability to turn that off. Now, inside here, you can see that we actually have some power already pre-built into this blueprint where we can go ahead and run that into there. And now that's got that connection. And then in the front here, we have ourselves a connector. And again, since we're out here mega building, we might as well get this going. I'm actually going to run this down over here and then run this through there and into what's known as the A side or the input side. Now the B side's already connected, already runs up there, and now this box right is going to start up. I also have it where I can just very easily go up here, open up the door, go inside, and look at what it's producing. Now I'm going to go ahead and also overclock this, so we're going to get our power shards, which I have 138 of them, right over here, and we're going to max this out. Now this is going to max out at 1200 production, and I do have this set up with the ability to extract 1200. There is one more thing I do need to do, and that is to go in and connect the belts in here. So we'll go to our belts here, our 1200 belts, or what's known as Mark 6 belts, and then you can see it's now running out. And we see that it ran around here. It said, oh, I have nowhere to go, so now I'm going to go around here and basically show us the overflow. Now this is not 1300, this is 1200. Right over there, very nice. I love to see those big numbers. And we're extracting 1200 bauxite, everybody. That's a lot of bauxite. And then also we can go down here, and I'm just going to call this box temp, because I'm going to come back and renumber all of these later on. But I'm going to go ahead and do that, and you can see that we're using just barely enough power. We're using about 6,000 power. We have about 40,000 power. If we turned everything on, we would be using around 70,000 power. But as you can see, I don't need that stuff on right now, do I? I don't. We will actually make more power over time as well, everybody. We're going to be making massive, massive sums of power. But I don't build something just to build something. I build it if it has a function. You know, function follows form in my mind, as opposed to form follows function, which is the Bauhaus. If you've never heard of that, Google it one of these days. They did push the boundaries of design, but again, I like my stuff to be functional. All right, up we go here, and again, we're using our level 6 lifters to go ahead and bring this up. Now, we do have a limitation in the overall speed that we can do here, but we'll get to that here in a second. It doesn't quite make it up to the thing. So what we'll do is we'll probably do this, and then we'll just go ahead, hit H. This is one of the most brilliant things they added, is the ability to go into hologram mode and then to nudge things. Now, if you notice that it doesn't match up perfectly, and that's because it's on 2 separate grids, right? So to make it properly on the right type of grid, I will have to make a transition from either down there or up here to make it go to the right grid. So it's probably best if I don't do that. And then make myself a little transition, let's say right over here, where I can go ahead and just do this. I might be a little close. Actually, let's go this way, even better. That's actually not the right side. Actually, this side. There we go. How do I know? Because the arrow is not facing the correct direction. There we go. And we'll just do something like that. Then what I'm going to do is, again, put a transition between the extractor grid and the world grid. Easy, all right? Just as much as that. Probably bring this down just a bit. These are called switchbacks when you have them like this. And this is old school, before we had floor holes and all of that. And let's say there. And then we'll just make that transition. And now we just transition from one into the other. And then we're just going to run this along here so we can see it working. These are totally the wrong train stations, so we're going to take those out. My bad. Transport, freight stations, put those back in. Cool thing is you can take them out, you get your resources back, and then you can just go ahead and remake them. Now, I don't like this right here, this transition, so I'm going to go in and fix that. Whenever I take the train stations out, I like to take the tracks that are connected out and then reconnect it, because I've played the game for a very long time and sometimes that gets messed up. I just like to be sure that it's going to be good. It's going to be just fine. Okay, now over here, we want to add another one here and another one here. Because what we want to do is we actually want to double input on both of these. So we want to go ahead and actually, instead of just doing, just running it straight in there, we're going to actually do a splitter. So we can go down to our hotbar here where we have a splitter right here. And so I'm going to go ahead and have it input right over here, and we can probably get a little closer. There we go. And then same thing on this side, and I'll kind of line it up. The other one over here is the input. There we go. Now, when it goes into here, we're going to have another splitter, which is going to go ahead and do what's known as balancing. So it's going to take 600 from here and run it in there. Now, we can also do our cool angled things here for our inputs. This is actually, should be output into input. There we go. And it's roughly centered. It's okay. And then we'll have this run out of here, and then it will automatically do our 90 degrees. That's also coming in 1.1, everybody. You can do that with pipes, which is awesome. Then we'll go ahead and take the 600 and run 300 in there and 300 in there. And you're like, well, Kismet, no, it's running 600 in there. Well, it is for now until I do this. And now it is going ahead and splitting it at both levels and inputting it in both inputs. I highly recommend that, because I'm not going to be outputting anything here, so I can do this, or I can just do it on the other side away from the output and then be using the output as well. But basically that's going to load that a bit more efficiently, and then when we unload it, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to double output the unload to make it just go a bit faster, and we're using 2 separate cars so that we can transport that box right faster, because it's going to backlog by the time I get all this set up and be ready to go. Another thing that we need to do is we need to add our turnaround. So we want this to turn around and end up going back the opposite direction as well. I'm going to turn off that noise. And so we're going to go in. We're going to go into our foundations, and we're going to go 5 wide turnaround, which is going to turn this around. Probably should push this out just a little bit. Make this a little easier for us to do. For our turnarounds, and again, blueprints, foundations, 5 wide trade turnaround. Now, I've already basically gone in and made it where I have basically a loop, and I can hit H, and then I can just nudge it right over, but you can only nudge it so far. So best to make sure it's within one foundation of where you're doing your turnaround. So it just makes it a bit easier. So I'm just going to nudge it way over here, then hit H, and then visually line that up. Now, I could make it go this way, or what I really want to do is actually make it go the other way, because this way is my input, and the other way, there's nothing going on this side. So best to go that side. So again, that's why I make it kind of universal like that, so I can choose whatever side I want to do. And that's the thing you want to do with your blueprints, is try to make them as universal as possible. Now, notice that the foundations don't line up perfect, and that's okay. The only thing I need to do is make sure that it has that very nice turnaround there. And then I can go into my train set here with my tracks and just connect that together. Usually I put a 2 gap in there. Just makes it easier for us to line that up and send that back the other way. And then we can go ahead and widen this out a bit. Up a little bit further out. There we go. Oh, oh, that's because these are offset. And then what I can do is hit G to turn on my foundation filter. So now I'm just getting the foundations. And this is just to get the tracks lined up. And then I can take those out. And then I have another one here that is purely for foundations. Like this, which this is for power. And then this one's just straight foundations. And I can then line that up. And it puts all 25 of those down at the same time. Nice and easy. And then now we're going to be aligned with the rest of the grid here. And we might want to go in and do a little bit of adjustment here. We'll see how it goes. Let's zoop our way in there. Are you going to stream Oblivion Remaster? If so, when? You know what? I have never played Oblivion. It's been on my list forever. I was busy playing Fallout and a bunch of other games when it came out. I did have it on my list forever. and this gives me a great excuse to go play it. So I do have it on my list. I do want to play it, but we'll see how it works out as well. So we'll see how it all works out in the end. You know how it goes, everybody. If I have enough time, I will see. I would love to. I'd love to play, but again, I got a lot of stuff going on right now. We'll see. Now, as you see, I'm going to move this out of the way here, so it's kind of more in the middle. Then I'm going to connect this one down here, and then just basically disconnect this one. And it's still running the power here, still running the power down now. So I just replaced that other tower and moved it over, so it better fits in my little turnaround here. Very nice. Don't want it too close to my trains. And then what we want to do is we want this, obviously, to go back over to here. Now, I can try to just take the train tracks and run this over here, and I can try to snap it right there. But one of the things you want to do, of course, is to add your block signals. Even if you're just running one train, I find block signals are not only great for just making sure that your train doesn't run into each other, but also for basically slicing up your tracks a bit. We can get this in here. They're going to actually make this where you can put these signals on either side now, too. See how awkward it is to put it on this side? There we go. Usually you want to put it at the beginning and the end of your station. Unless you have train cars, that go outside your station, then be careful as well. So what I can do is back here, I can actually put a block signal back here purely for, again, use the scroll wheel, purely for cutting this track. So I can then basically have it go from here over to there. So I basically have a kind of quicker turn to get back onto the same track. Now, I'm only going to have one train that comes down here. If I had two trains, I would actually do two lines just because it's more convenient. And basically here in game, everybody, there's two things in game that's not in real life. One, you have an unlimited budget. You don't have a certain budget to build so many train tracks. That would make this game really hard. That would be a great mod, by the way, that you have cash and you have to buy resources and whatnot. That's a whole different game as well. But you have unlimited resources. So in real life, you can't make 15 tracks because it would cost too much and you wouldn't make your money back on running those trains. But here you can make, as many lines as you want. You can make it as big as you want, as elaborate as you want. And that's the difference between playing games in real life. Because you can, again, have an unlimited budget. Now, it's going to go in here. It's going to turn around. It's going to go back the other way. And you can see that it does have a block signal before the turn. And that is to prevent the trains from running into each other. I would also put a block signal back here somewhere on this other side. So that it stops back here and not right up on the track, because then the other one will come along from the other direction and run right into it. Now, I also don't like stuff floating, so I'm going to go ahead and roll that in there. It's really good. Like, I can't believe what a great job they did with the remaster. Yes, I did watch the Bethesda thing. They're pretty excited about it. Again, I think it's a big win. The best thing they did is they said, when is it available? Now. That's the way you do that, everybody. Getting pre-hype anymore, I feel like you actually get less hype than if you just bring it out and say it's available now, and then you drop it right that second. I think that's where Bethesda just got an absolute win from me anyway, because, they've been kind of up and down. They've been taking a bit of L's, except for Indiana Jones. That one's really good. Highly recommend that one. They've been taking a lot of L's, everybody. And graciously, by the way, which I give them huge credit for. They actually did Oblivion right. It looks amazing. They said all the right things. We kept it true to the original. We didn't change anything other than adding graphics and making the gameplay a bit better and the combat better and all of that stuff. All the mechanics that make a game better, we did that, but we didn't change the essence of what made the game great. Now, Fallout New Vegas, get on it. Get on it right now. Put these guys on it. Put them on Fallout New Vegas along with Obsidian. Get them working together. I want some Fallout New Vegas, and I want it up modernized, and I want it now. And I will buy it for the how many more times I've already paid for it. I don't even know how many times. 5 times, 10 times. I don't know how many times I've bought New Vegas, but it's a lot. Everybody, on every floppy, CD, every single format along the way. I have it on digital on like 5 different platforms. I'll keep buying it if they keep making it awesome. Again, change nothing. Do not change any voiceovers. Do not change the story. Do not put your spin on it. Don't do that. Do not put any spins on a masterpiece. You don't need to rewrite the Fifth Symphony. Just play it well and make it play well. And that's the thing in games, everybody. You don't need to put a spin on it. Make it great. Make it better. And I had to sneeze. Don't put your spin on it. Nobody wants your spin on that. It's already great. There's been a lot of people who've been putting their spin on stuff lately. We know the failures of doing that. Don't do that. Don't put your spin on it. It's already great. You know how come it's great? Because people love it. That's how you know. You don't need to redefine it. You don't need to change it to something else. Just make it mechanically better. It's already a great game because people love it. They already love Fallout New Vegas. They already love Obsidian. They already love Skyrim. You don't need to redo it in your own way. Make it better for the actual gameplay. The core gameplay that you're playing, that's how you make a game better. And that's what they did with Obsidian. And that's why I love them. And that's probably why I'm going to play it on stream. If they just did a half baked job on it, everybody, I'd be like, nah, no thanks. I don't like it when they, they just use the IP to, squeeze a little bit more money out of gamers because they did a crappy job of it. But if they did a great job and it has the essence of the original game, very much like Throne and Liberty, everybody, it's a great example. I was only going to play it for like an hour or so, just to show it off on stream because I love the Lineage series. But it has the essence of the original Lineage game and Lineage 2. And so they left the magic in there. And if you don't know how to capture that magic, you should not be doing that game. You should not be remaking that game if you don't know how to recapture that magic. It's a very intangible thing that only gamers can pick up on. If you're a gamer, you know the difference. When you play the original and you play a remake, and that remake just absolutely sucks, especially they put a spin on it and they do a whole bunch of other crap and they change the story and they do all of that. Nobody likes it when you change a classic story. They don't like it. Look at all the things they change classic stories. I'm not going to call out any specifics, everybody, but you know what I'm talking about. You know these classic stories that they've been renaming and rechanging and changing the whole entire premise of the story and whatnot. People hate that, just like in Fallout. Everyone hates that. Everyone disliked that. Proof and point, they just keep doing the same dumb thing over and over. They don't like it when you change major IPs. They don't like it when you retro in your own crap into the story of the overall arcing story. They don't like it, especially when you're working with these giant IPs with massive communities that absolutely love those things. Be true to the game. Be true to the essence of the game. Be true to your players, and you won't go wrong. You won't go wrong. It's an easy formula. Keep the essence of the game, remake it with better mechanics, that's more modern mechanics, and take your audience into consideration who love your game. And then that is contagious. So when you have your people like me who love your game, like Satisfactory, that is a contagious thing that inspires other people to want to play that game as well. I feel like that's the whole reason I'm here, everybody, is I only play games I enjoy. I never play a game if I don't enjoy it. I will tell you I don't enjoy it, or I just will never play it on stream. Because I am of the old school way, everybody. You just tell it like it is. Be damned the consequences. I tell it like it is every time, without a fail. And that's why a lot of people watch my channel. It's because I'm not, fluffing everybody with a bunch of BS. Hey, Ebbs, what's up? I see you there. Hello, hello. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. All right, so now we got our box ride up and running. We are looking good. Oh, man, we're getting to the good part here, everybody. We're going to go ahead and start working on some aluminum. Now what we need is we need ourselves a nice little train here. So let's get ourselves a train built right over here. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and put a couple freight cars on here because it's going to pick that up. We're going to go into this train. Now, one of the cool things about going into this specific train, everybody, if you hit Q for the Q menu, it's actually going to give you the info of this train right here, as you can see. So I can actually know that I'm on that train. And I call it box, B-U-X, box right train. And then this would be pickup as well. Always good to set your pickups and drop-offs as well. Now, I can go ahead and edit the timetable. We're going to need to name our station along the same thing as well, right here. Oh, actually, this is box pickup. Pick up here. And then this train station, we're going to train. We're going to actually call this, oops, this one here, the box train. There we go. Got to hit return to get that in there. Okay, there we go, the box train. Now, it's the box train itself. We can go ahead and set its timetable. And again, if you go into it, you know you got the right train, or you can just name them properly, a little easier. And then box pickup right here, or box right pickup. Now, it doesn't have another station yet because we haven't made that station yet to pick it up. Now, we're going to have a bit of a problem when we're going back that way, and I'll show you why here in just a second. Let's go. Now, should I need more trains, I could put a second train on here as well, and then I would actually probably add a double line. So now we want to go back this way. But we got a bit of a problem, right? Because if we go along that line, we're going to be going along an oncoming train that is coming to pick up the oil over there. So what we want to do is we want to make this track go down and under or over, whichever you like. I like to go under. I feel like it just seems to work better, personally. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and add myself a little basic wall here. And usually I like to go down by 2. And then we'll make ourselves a foundation down here, and we will run it underneath. Now, I can go in and make myself an intersection here. That I can control which directions it's going. It is a bit more elaborate to do that. You can absolutely do that with incoming, 2 incomings, 2 outgoings, and so on. But that's more elaborate, requires more effort when I can just have it run under and go over to the other side to basically allow other trains to keep going, right? So if I'm coming back and this train's coming in, I'm not going to be blocking that train. That train can just go by and this train can go under, even if they're doing it at the same exact time. I feel like that's way more efficient use of my time here. I'm also going to go ahead and start a little track down here. I'm going to aim it right in the center and then run a little track like this. Now, this is very useful, everybody, to pre-run yourself a little track like this. And then this way, it's much easier if you're trying to bring this up into this upper area. So the thing I like to do, though, is I like to go ahead and actually run it straight and then curve it. Like so. And so I'll go ahead and just have it run up here. And let's say right there. And you can see we got a bit of a steep area, which is going to accelerate it down. It's going to gain some speed, and then it's going to come back up again on the other side. Now, if you notice about the distance I have, 1, 2, 3, 4. So on the other side here, roughly about the same, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, you can make it closer, but I feel like that's about good enough. And we'll have this come up. And we'll put a couple there. And see, notice how I'm doing the under part first, because that just makes that all 1,000 times easier when you're coming and going with your train. Now, back here, we want to connect this in here. And we can try to find where the gap is and then connect that gap. One of the things you want to do, though, is you want to move your train out of the way because you might have to remove the track and readjust the track or whatever you want to do. Again, I could go over as well. And I like to do what I call ghost ride it, where you just, instead of pressing the brake, you just let it run. Now, of course, I'm getting power from the train tracks here, so I can float and do whatever I need to do to make it work. All right, so now we get our train out of the way, and we can see the connection is way back here, which I think is just perfectly fine. Right there, very nice, okay. And again, we need to think about our block signal. So if this guy is coming back, we want to make sure that if there is a train coming this way, and I always think toward the future if I do want to add another train, that this guy coming from this direction will stop before he hits the train here, right? So we'll go ahead and back this up. Let's say right here. And that's going to cut that into, and as you can see, they get different colors as they're going through. And that's going to block that from accidentally running into this, right? Now, also, I could put one back here to hold it here, but I don't want to hold the train back there. I want the train to come through and have this little spot here to be off of those tracks so the other trains can run without being interfered with. Now, the same thing here. This one is all one long piece here. So say there is a train that is going down here. I want to go ahead and also let it know that the train has already passed this point, and that it has passed this point, and it is now into this lower track here. It should be into that lower track. Oh, see, it was flashing. When it's flashing like that, then something's wrong. Might be the direction in which I'm running the tracks. Let's get those running the right way. Most awkward thing is putting this on the other side. There we go. Okay. Oh, and we don't have it connected on the other side either. So it should be able to come this way and then come back this way and switch the track automatically to the second track on the way back because this is an outgoing track and this is an incoming track. Okay, so same thing over here. We'll go ahead and find where the gap in the trains is. Let's say, oh man, right there. There we go. Add a few more of these just to make it look nice. And there we go. And same thing here. So yeah, it's coming up the tracks. It's going to go here, but there's another train coming. We don't want it to crash into that train. Another block signal. Remember, going in and out of an intersection, you definitely want to have those block signals in. There we go. Now this one has a bit of a weirdness on this this part here, so I'm going to go ahead and take this out, see if I can get this to look better. Yeah, see, that one's fine. Put this back in again. It's confused as its direction. I would definitely take that block signal out, put it back in. There we go. See how we're getting the color? The color tells me that it's working. Again, take this out. Basically, we're trying to get it to figure it out because it's not figuring it out. Yep, same problem again. Here. This one here. Nope. It's got a green light. You know what? That'll probably work. It's just not displaying properly. But the way we can tell is we can go ahead and we can go like this. And then we can get in our train and see if it lets us go down that track. Let's go. Or we're going to fly off and die. Morning, Ems. Thanks for coming and hanging out. We're having some fun playing some Satisfactory. This game is super fun. All right, here we go. Under the bridge. Up we go. Awesome. Now, we can manually run into stuff. Everybody notice under here, too, I have a under one there, too, that goes under and then comes out over here. Now, we actually want to stop this train. Right over here. And we're going to do the same thing that we did up here. Where we create a separate track. Now again, I have this set up. Again, this is one of the first blueprints you want to make, everybody, is the ability to go in and put in your foundations quick and easy like this. Especially you go into blueprint mode, it'll start to snap. And you can see I can build out a whole lot of stuff here. Now if you notice in the center of the screen, everybody, that it is putting a whole lot of concrete back in there because earlier we went in and we used our dimensional depots to put 5 more dimensional depots in for our concrete, and now our concrete is running in so fast that it has already replaced almost all of the concrete that we just used. It absolutely went in. Hey, what happened here? We have a gap problem here. Went up. I don't like it. We ain't doing it. What happened there? It's like put 2 of them down. I misclicked or something. Don't worry. We'll take it out. We'll go ahead and just put it right back in again. Burp. This time, it probably was happened when I flew down like that. It ran out of power. Okay, so what we want to do again, do basically what we did here and make ourselves a little bit of a train station. Now we're going to actually put the train station over here and maybe widen this out just a little bit more. Now you can see that train back there is waiting for our train, so we got to get our train off the tracks as quick as possible here so our other train can do its thing. So I'm going to go ahead and put the train station on the right side here, and then we're going to build the aluminum process over here. We're going to build it pretty quickly, so stay with me, everybody. We're going to go right to it right now. Now, the first thing we're going to need is we're going to need a train aiming away from this here. So we're going to go ahead and just put this, I like to put it down the center of the thing here. Then we're going to need this, but that's a fluid one. We don't need the fluid one today. We are working with our freight one, so we'll just readjust that on my bar, and we'll have it go out on the left side there, like so. Easy. Then, if we have enough space, look, both trains are stopped. And we're going to take our train, and we're going to back it up. Try not to crash into those other trains. Ooh, actually, that's not going to work. That's going to be too close, I can tell you already. Too close. For sure. All right. I know just what to do. Just what to do. All right, and then we're going to run this back. We're going to take a look at this. We're going to back up a couple here just to make this a little easier. We're going to go ahead and see what we can come out of here, but there's already a junction there. I highly recommend not doing that. Just put yourself another block signal right over here to cut this line, and then go in and take your line and divert it like that. Even though I ran that in the opposite direction, it'll still work. I can go in and I can do this. And what that's going to do is move forward a little bit. But what happens is now is that it's actually blocking my train from backing up and going in there. So the best way to fix that is just to take this train out for now, like so. And then this will automatically detect there's no longer a train there, automatically go in the direction it needs to go. And my oil can continue on its journey down there. And then watch when it turns or goes past that. There we go. Went past that. Then the next train coming down is going to have priority. It's going to go by. And it's going to get past that block signal up there. And then stop at the next block signal. Then the next train's going to automatically start up. Isn't that cool, everybody? I think that's awesome. I don't care who you are. I think that's amazing that it knows to do that on each and every train. And then this is actually my water train, which is going to go ahead and go right over here and end up in this other station over there. And it's not, I mean, it looks complex when I've already built it, but if you just build it one thing at a time, it builds its complexity based on building small parts. And this is how everything is built, everybody. This is how this phone is built. Everything is one small little part that adds up to the total parts, just like human beings, right? We have a bunch of different parts that add up to the whole, right? And that's the way that you can build complexity in your factories as well. All right, let's go over here, and we're going to go ahead and put down our track. You know what we could probably do now is we could probably take our track turnaround and make it where it doesn't need the foundations anymore, and I can just put it down without the foundations. I should probably do that. All right, let's do that while we're at it. Let's go ahead and get our Mark II out because that's where our turnaround is. And I'm going to hide our little thing so we don't blow anything up, hopefully. No guarantees, though. So we can load a previous blueprint. We're going to go ahead and go foundations, 5 wide turnaround. right here. And then since we're always dismantling these anyway, we might as well just now take them out of here. Like so. Let's see if we can align this without that. We can put those back in. There we go. Take those out. And then we'll take this out. And then we can just leave it floating. And then we can just set it down on the foundations themselves, in theory. It also might be up too high, so we might have to put it at the end of a foundation and work with that. But let's see what we can do. No foundations. Found. No X found. All right, there we go. Let's try that. Let's see if we can get those to go down without having to do all of that over again. Now, one of the things we're also going to be doing is vertical nudging, which is awesome. I could use it right this second. It would be amazing. But since I don't have that yet, I'm going to see what I can do here. All right, where is it at? 5 wide turnaround, X found. Yeah, see, see how it's up off of the foundations? But if I nudge it in such a way that it is actually sitting down, I can hit H, and I can try to nudge that out. But you can see you can only nudge it so far. I don't know why they put that nudge limitation on there. I would think it would be just as easy if you didn't have such a tight nudge foundation. I'm sure there's some sort of technical reason, but I don't know what it is. I don't know why. And then we'll turn that off, snapping to blueprint. How can we get this to go lower but end up right here? So we'd have to build that at the lower level to get that to work. We probably want to go this way as well. So we'd have to rebuild it at the ground level. And that's not too hard. You just go ahead and get this. Now, this is actually a really awkward thing to do because what you're trying to do is basically put this underneath this other one. If you drag it from this side, that way it works. But if you go this way, over here, I find it's really awkward to put down the foundation on this side. I don't know why they did it like that, but c'est la vie. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take this out. And we're going to try to line that up and basically redo what we already did before. That's right at that line. Okay, we'll take this out. Say right at this line, all the way back to here. Sometimes working in reverse makes it easier to do that. And that looks good. And then over here, we're going to say, how are we aligning this? Just right on the edge. What I'm doing is just building small segments, so it helped me align this over here. Oh, not that. See, and it won't let me click right there on the edge, so I have to do it from this way backwards, which is super awkward, I find. But we kind of know where to start, so we'll go for it. Yeah, see? It won't let me do the thing I want to do. Ugh, it's so awkward. We'll just do this. I can't rotate it. I don't know if it's just my version of Satisfactory that makes it so frustrating. I don't know. I don't know why they do it like that, but oh well. Okay, and this is not lining up either. Okay, fine, great. Let's do this. Nope. Yeah, I can't rotate it. Normally, you should be able to rotate that with your scroll wheel. It does not let me rotate it. Trying to find a way of working around it. So, let's go here. Oh, let's go this way. This way. It's going to make it crooked. Yeah, that's too close. Not going to make it round. No. So I'm going to push this side out. Because this side you can actually do. right here. Too far. Just going to go along this edge. Very nice. Okay, now we got to get this, these two edges to go together out here. So we're going to go to here. That just sucks. They made this worse, not better. All right, good enough. We'll just use the whole width. I've made it before, as you saw, where it was one in. We'll just do the whole thing because that makes it easier. Now, here's the thing, everybody. Take this part out and just make it one piece, if you can. Sometimes it lets you do it. Sometimes it doesn't. But you could sometimes get away with making that the whole piece. But in my case, I'm just going to go ahead and run it there, then run it there. Again, half arc sometimes lets you do the same. See, it should just let you do it, everybody. Again, I don't feel that the limitations should even be there. I think they should lift those limitations so you can just make it however you want as well. You should be in charge of deciding. So let's save that over this one. And then now we should be able just to put it down on the foundation. Working around it. And we're going to go to the left. Hit H. I like to nudge it back about 2. Should have put it back a little bit. Say about there. And now we got our turnaround without the foundation, so we don't have to take the foundations out every time. And that's why a lot of people, like me, will build stuff, especially in the later stage, without foundations built into the blueprints, just because it makes it easier. And again, I like to have a nice little gap. You don't have to. I could put it right up against it, took that little segment out, and then connected it. But I like to have a little bit of room in case I want to add switches or stops or block signals. You get the idea. Put them in the beginning and the end of your thing. There we go. And now, again, we need this to go back and end up on the other side as well. And again, we could build a big junction, which will come back, and we're going to be doing larger junctions when we have all of our trains figured out. I feel like it's better to get your trains figured out first, and then come back and then build those junctions where you need them. Or you can just pre-think it out, whichever floats your boat. And again, same thing here. We're going to grab this, and we're going to run... let's run along this edge here. Back that way. And we'll go in, say there. And that'll give me an idea where I want to put my track. Then I'll do this track, and this is the primary track here. All right, this one's just a reference, and then I'll take that out, and then I'll go ahead and now connect those two together. And so now it has a turnaround. It can end up going in the opposite direction. Then we're going to go ahead and take these back out. And we're going to build a thing that goes underneath that track. Again, it's very fun to build out these elaborate train track systems. I feel they're very fun. Highly recommend really mastering trains. Trains are super, super fun. And since we already have this one built, we can just go ahead and move this forward until it turns blue there. Run this underneath. And then what we're going to do is have this turn and go this way a little bit before we bring it up. Of course, we want to bring it up before we hit the junction there. So we're going to bring this down. Again, you want to be 2 back from when you go into the corner. That was 1 back. Try that again. 2 back from the corner. And then I build a straight one there, and then I'll build the thing up here first. And let's say here. Again, I want to merge this before it goes into that junction. And then we'll have it go around the corner here. And again, you can pre-build it this way. I always